on the agenda, and that's the monthly update from Matter and other concerns. I just said that, but other concerns, okay? Will you please call the roll?
Thank you. Councilwoman Logan.
Present.
Councilwoman Swearingen-Washington.
Present.
Councilwoman Cooper-Sutton.
Present.
Councilman Warren.
Present.
Councilwoman Walker.
Present, and may the force be with us
Okay,
today.
all right. Chair Ford.
Present. Matter. Let me just say this, everybody. We're going through quite a bit with the Transit Authority. We're trying to make everything correct, okay? It's going to take some time. It didn't happen overnight, what we're going through, and it's not going to happen overnight to try to fix it. We plan on fixing it, okay? That's why we were waiting on Chief, because there's a lot of things we just want to talk about today to try to make things happen. But we need Matter Board and everybody to cooperate with the City Council, okay? We don't need nobody to hide anything from us. Media, I want to say thanks to you all, because some of the things that we were trying to find out, y'all brought it out. But we've been asking and asking and asking. We don't want to go through those changes anymore. It's time to correct it, okay? Last president, he didn't like me too much. I guess that's why he retired. I'm just gonna be frank with you, okay? Because things that he was doing, a lot of the things happened during that time, okay? That's why I say I can go all the way back to a lot of y'all probably remember Hudson. We didn't have all these different problems when Hudson was here. Matter was doing very well. Matter had a lot of things going on that brought money into Matter, you know, just like our train station. You know, that was our building. Okay, when you bring other people coming in, you sold all what we had that was making money. And if anybody else know, they had 2 ballrooms where, hey, people had all these different things going on, okay? During his time. You had other people come in and, hey, they changed things and mess everything up. We trying to correct it, okay? They put me in this position, and I really didn't want this position, okay? I'm just gonna be honest. But hey, we're gonna make it happen this time, okay? And I need everybody to kind of cooperate, okay? I'm gonna open the floor up to you, Alden, and then you can give us the update, and then we'll go from there, okay? You want to speak? Okay, and then Councilman Spinoza has joined us also. Go right here.
Good morning. Bakara Malden, Interim President and CEO of the Memphis Area Transit Authority, 1370 Levee Road, Memphis, Tennessee. A few weeks ago, Councilman Ford, Chair of the Transportation Committee, requested that matter come before this body regularly, specifically every 2 weeks, every 2 weeks, every 2 weeks. And we're here. Given Matter's challenges, it's no surprise. It's really no surprise that our issues have become the focus of media attention. As a public agency funded by federal, state, city, and county grants, Matter operates with a limited budget. And the revenue that we make from fares, from advertising and incidental things like that, it really only covers a small portion of our expenses. The questions, the criticisms, and the passion directed towards Matter. It's valid, but it often needs fuller context to truly understand our operations. Since taking on the role of interim CEO in February, I have been committed to providing requested information to this body, to this administration, and to the public, along with offering the context that's necessary to truly grasp the complexity of our situation. I've been in city government. I worked for the mayor of my hometown for 10 years. My family owns a business, so I also understand how businesses run. But running a transit agency is truly like none other. It's different. It's complex. The content that we will share will be complete with an understanding of the broader organizational, operational, and industry perspectives. Since taking on this role, I've prioritized transparency, which has also subjected myself as well as the existing team to a heightened level of scrutiny, sometimes personal, but that's okay. Really, it's not okay personally because this team is beat down. All we want to do is get this right. And we really appreciate this opportunity to be before you. You're right, morale is low. But we're committed to doing the things to get to the other side of this with your partnership and with your help. During this critical operational transition, we faced an influx of inquiries and information requests, all of which we've tried our best to meet completely to the best of our ability. But despite these challenges, we're focused on building a foundation for productive, solution-oriented dialogue. Dwelling on past issues won't move us forward. It only holds us back. Let's move forward together. So in partnership with each of you, Mayor Young and his administration, our goal is to develop a robust transit system that positions Memphis to compete nationally. The city deserves that, and we want to give it to the city. We're committed to providing insights and context necessary to be a part of the solution and help drive the city towards a successful future. Today, I've brought two key members of the leadership team and a key external partner who will present our approved operating budget, emphasizing fiscal responsibility. They will also discuss route and staff optimization and the integration of on-demand services, and conclude with the steps that we're taking to build a sustainable transit system for the city of Memphis. And with that, I'll turn it to Hamish Davison, the external auditor and CFO with J.S. Held.
Thank you, Interim Chief Malden. Good morning, Chairman, members of the Council. My name is Hamish Davidson. I'm a Managing Director with J.S. Held, and I am the external Interim Chief Financial Officer of MATA. As Interim CEO Malden mentioned, one of the things that the MATA senior leadership team has been trying to do has to be as open as possible with members of the public and with the council particularly. And one of the things I would like to start off with is to raise an issue that I think is extremely important, because there seems to be a very big misconception about what has been presented to the council and in the press about the $60 million loss, as many people put it, that MATA incurred. This was highlighted in a letter from the State of Tennessee Comptroller, who every year, funnily enough, issues such letters to municipal corporations who are operating with an unrestricted net deficit. And I would like to point out that this is not something that occurred in 1 year. This is something that has been continuing for many years. I look back over the course of the past 10 years, and over that last 10 years, MATA has had an unrestricted net deficit position in every single year. It's back in 2014 was as low as 19 million. And in 2019, prior to COVID, it actually reached 91 million, significantly higher than the 60 million that has been reported in the press and to everybody, and that everyone seems to be lambasting MATA about. And I think it's important that we just address that misconception. This was not an annual loss. This is something that is being held, and it's like the net worth of MATA, right? And given the fact that MATA has operated to a deficit over all these years, it is not surprising that that amount has risen. But one other very key and important thing, and I'm not sure if Chief Persons is in the room here, but he will be able to attest to this. Thank you. Thank you, Chief Persons. MATA carries within its statement of net position a liability for future liabilities related to employment costs, right? And it is holding a liability at the end of 2023, which we are focused on and we've been discussing. It is holding a liability for post-employment benefits of $50 million. Now that, to a large extent, offsets the $60 million of the net unrestricted position that we're talking about. And it is very... Right. Okay, right. Okay, right. MATA is carrying, right, within its statement of net position, a liability for future, or what's called post-employment benefits. So that's, when people retire, then they continue to have medical benefits, etc. And MATA is carrying a liability of $50 million for that. Now that pales into insignificance, right, with, I'm quite sure, what the city of Memphis is carrying in its statement of net position. But generally, municipalities or transportation authorities will fund these obligations out of operating expenditure into the future. They don't make a large financial provision and set aside money for it so that it can pay it out. They can pay out of a pot of funds, right? They pay it out of their ongoing future revenues or availability of operating grants or whatever it may well be. So I thought it was important to just try and clarify these points. I know that if you're not a financial person, sometimes it's difficult to understand what a statement of net position is or what a balance sheet is. But at the same time, it's just important that everyone tries to get their mind around the fact that there are items that actually offset some of what appears to be, at face value, a very difficult net deficit that MATA is carrying. So if I move on now just to talk about the budget for 2025. MATA has a total operating revenues of $67.82 million. $3.75 million of this, right, is going to come out of farebox revenues, advertising revenues, and the balance of 64 million, or just over 64 million, right, is going to come from monies coming from the federal government, from the state of Tennessee, from the county, and very much from the city of Memphis. The city of Memphis, as we all know, agreed an operating grant to MATA for fiscal 2025 of $30.67 million, which actually is 48% of the total operating grants that MATA is going to have during fiscal 2025. Against that $67.8 million of revenues, MATA has a total operating cost basis of $60.74 million forecast for fiscal 2025, which should leave a surplus of just over $7 million. Now, unfortunately, as we know, in restructuring a business, there are costs that are involved. Unfortunately, sometimes you have to restructure your headcount. Right? MATA has made a provision for this of $6.2 million, which then should leave a potential surplus for the year of $800,000. I believe this is the first time in as far back as I have looked that MATA has actually presented a surplus budget, right? And that was approved at the July board meeting of the commissioners of MATA earlier this year. If we look at the actual cost base, employment costs, right, account for 60% of the total cost. That includes the costs of healthcare as well as the cost of salaries, etc. And the maintenance of the buses, right, accounts for a further 15%. So between that, there's 75% of that total amount of $60.7 million is accounted for in two specific line items. A lot of work has already gone into reducing these costs. When I joined, when I started working for MATA in March of this year, the overtime was out of control. There was some 3,400 hours, 4,950 hours, of overtime every 2 weeks. In April of 2024, there were adjustments made to the extra boards. They were realigned, and as a result, these overtime costs have been cut by 30%. In addition, we've seen costs rise. There's a new collective bargaining agreement with the unions that MATA has to cover the costs of with its operating grants, which have not kept pace with inflation or additional costs. And in addition to that, we have seen a need to further cut costs, like in our services area, which is IT, basically everything that is non-operational related to the running of the buses. We have a cut of 30% in that area, right, for fiscal 2025. So I believe that there is a very serious approach on the part of the senior management of MATA to addressing the solution, Mr. Chairman. And I sincerely hope that working alongside them, we can deliver that and demonstrate to the City Council that MATA is a viable and a good partner for the city moving forward.
We'll now have John Lancaster, our Chief Development Officer, talk about how we develop the system.
Thank you, Pavard.
Yes, please. Thank you. Thank you for your presentation, sir. For the record, could you state your name and address?
The name is Hamish Davidson. Okay. The address is 40 South Main Street, Memphis, Tennessee. I am a managing director with JS Held, as I noted, and I am currently the external interim chief financial officer of MATA.
Okay, thank you for that. You used some language about restructuring or reorganizing people or staff. Could you state that again?
Yes, I think, Councilwoman Walker, we're actually going to cover that in part of this discussion that one of my colleagues is going to address.
I'm just trying to get a clarification on what you said, the language that you used. Thank you for that.
Okay, I said that as part of any restructuring of a business, right, there is potentially a need, right, to reduce staff numbers, right. It may well be the case. I mean, we have some numbers that we have spoken about openly, And as time goes on, we are trying to significantly reduce that number. And I don't want to preempt anything that is
Okay,
being said just
that's
now.
fine.
Okay.
Thank you for that. And that's not how you said it, but I know that was the implication. It was a fancy way of saying layoffs. And so let me move on to the next one because we're already behind. And then you mentioned something about us not understanding budgets or finances. So that's a judgment, that's an assumption. And it's not that we don't understand. We have not typically, since I've been a part of this board, received information to look at and try to understand. So it's not about we don't and can't understand, but we have not been privy to information ongoingly. And thank you for coming, and I yield the floor. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I know I got everybody else in the queue. Let's do the presentation first. Then everybody got their questions, all the council members, then we're gonna come back to everybody. Now, I need to let you know that have joined us, Councilwoman Easter Thomas, White, Green, and our Chair Smiley. Okay, thank you. All right, go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman Ford.
Reason why I'm saying that, I'm behind, okay? And we got quite a bit here. And when I call on council members, hey, you know, that's why I want everybody to just answer the questions, and then we're gonna go along from that. And then we're gonna continue a little bit later, okay?
Thank you.
Go ahead.
John Lancaster. I'm the Chief Development Officer here at Memphis Area Transit Authority. I'm going to share a few slides that actually we are borrowed from the Metropolitan Planning Organization. These aren't really as a presentation, but just to illustrate that MATA is a part of a larger organization. Because we are federally funded with federal funds, state funds, local funds, we have a lot of regulatory regulations that we have to abide by. And our planning process is very complex. We have a lot of partners. Again, the Metropolitan Planning Organization is one of those key partners. So everything that we do from a planning perspective goes through the Metropolitan Planning Organization. The City of Memphis Comprehensive Plan, again, all of our service plans look at how these development plans are developed so that we abide by the regulations and the needs of the community. The other important thing for us at this point in time is that we spend every tax dollar efficiently. And as you see there, the MPO looked at some of our performance measures and how that we stacked up. This is a couple of years ago, and actually I'll say that these numbers have gone down. Post-pandemic, people don't ride the bus as often as they used to. There's been a lot of change in the travel patterns, so we have to realign our services to meet these needs efficiently. So one of the big things that we look at is the passengers per hour for every route. And of course, we make recommendations for changes based on this information and these statistics. And of course, from the new administration and Mayor Young, we've been challenged to make sure that we are more efficient in everything that we do and that we spend every tax dollar as efficiently as possible. Some of the problems or challenges that we deal with is the demand is caused by the density and the size of the network. As everybody knows, we now cover an area of nearly 300 square miles, which is extremely large to cover with frequent fixed route service, extremely expensive. So we have to find new ways to more efficiently cover this area. And I use a kind of an analogy. Back in the 1970s, MATA operated over 300 buses in an area a little over 100 square miles. Today, we're operating less than 100 buses in an area over nearly 300 square miles. So as you can see, there's just not a efficient way to really provide the service that the community wants and needs efficiently with just a fixed route bus system. Again, this is just showing some more things of how we have to connect and the analysis that goes behind. The most important thing we try to connect to is jobs and employment. But of course, people need to get to the grocery store, they need to get to the library, education. So all of these locations and a lot of our routes or the destinations of our primary routes connect all these places. The hospitals in Memphis become the end of lines for several of our primary routes. Route 50, as everyone's familiar with, is one of our most productive routes. It starts downtown in a very high-dense area. Then it goes all the way out to Methodist Germantown and Germantown. By the time it gets out there, it's not carrying as many people, but when it comes back downtown, it'll reach its maximum load point kind of in the Midtown area or the medical district. This is how a lot of our current route network works with our larger buses, our 40-foot buses. But in our suburban areas or where we try to provide more coverage, we have to look at doing a different type of service delivery. This is where we've been kind of pioneers in doing a lot of research with how our on-demand system could better serve these populations. It provides a lot of amenities, essentially curb-to-curb service. A lot of our suburban areas, it's considered urban, but it's not. It's really a rural environment. There's no sidewalks, there's no street lights, there's other things to contend with, safety concerns. So a lot of these new services can help provide a better service. Our Ready service and the Groove on Demand are examples of this. So we are really trying to implement this in more places. Change is difficult. It takes us time. We have workforce and equipment things that we have to balance. We have to balance the number of 40-foot buses with the number of CDL operators we have. And then, of course, we have our Ready service, which we also use the same driver fleet as our paratransit fleet. This does give us some efficiencies, and a lot of the technology and the algorithms from these technology companies, these work like Uber and Lyft. So they are some really good new technologies that we're trying to leverage to really improve our service. But again, it takes us time to change the network. Again, these two, we have a lot of ways of reaching people with online apps. We still have phone reservation systems, so people with disabilities or don't have a phone, they can always call in and connect and make a reservation and get a ride. And, well, I think that's really my last slide, but thank you.
So this is a pivotal moment for MATA. It's about modernizing. It's about changing how we serve Memphis. We recognize that inefficient service is not okay. We must move forward in creating a transit system that adapts to the city's changing needs, and on-demand is just the beginning of that evolution. So now is the time. But before we talk more about that, I'm going to ask our Chief Administrative Officer, Eric Stevenson, to jump in.
Good morning. My name is Eric Stevenson. I serve as the Chief Administrative Officer for MATA, 40 South Main Street, 38013. Thank you. Workforce restructuring is, of course, of the primary issues that we have to attend to at this time. We undertook the necessary change to the workforce that resulted in reducing our workforce in order to stay in line with our budget, in order to stay and also still provide the service that this area needs. We recognize the challenges that this has caused. Yes, sir. 38103, excuse me. I think I said 013, excuse me. 38103. My apologies. No, we're good. Yes, sir. My apologies. We recognize the challenge that is caused by workforce restructuring. We know that it is heavy and it's a challenge. And to be frank and honest, that's something that weighs very heavy on us as I had to sign each one of those letters. We had to provide notice 60 days in advance because our unionized employees require notice. And we also wanted to provide that same notice to our administrative personnel as well. Due to the stand down, we had 18 trolley workers affected. Specifically the safety stand down, we had 18 trolley workers affected. In the notification that we had recently, specifically on the 3rd of September, 52 unionized employees were affected. and 28, I think the numbers misrepresent, 28 administrative personnel. And we also eliminated 75 positions for a total of 173 roles that were reduced as reflected in our budget, taking our staffing number down to approximately 340. We realized that we will have other attrition from early retirement and other options that our employees might choose to take during this time of reorganization. But we wanted to be clear and put out openly that this is the reduction of force that we're experiencing at this point. MATA's commitment to sustainability involves making difficult but vital decisions to ensure that we are an agency that can survive. We face rising costs and aging infrastructure as well as population shifts, some of which that Chief Lancaster just referred to. So in all of that, we have to make sure that our workforce operation is reflective of that as well. Key factors include, modernizing our fleet. We are also, as we shift and move forward, our technological advancements include the modernization of our fleet. Route optimization is key to ensure that we are really making sure that we're touching and being in the areas that are most affected. This also minimizes our fuel consumption, minimizing our cost. Part of what we're doing is also making sure that as we are preparing for the workforce restructuring, we've prepared with the city of Memphis. I've connected with both Chiefs Fouché and Chief Houston to ensure that we're communicating, and as well as providing post-employee services. There was, for the affected trolley personnel, there was a career fair specifically for them to make sure that they are absorbed and placed where they could be with the city if possible. We have partnered with private entities to ensure that our employees that are affected by this have the least economic impact, as we have noticed them 60 days in advance to make sure that they're going to have the opportunity to go and have economic viability. We are retraining our remaining employees. We're comprehensively going through and developing a retraining structure to ensure that the MATA of the future is consistent and it has the workforce engagement that this community deserves. That essentially concludes the bulk of my comments. I tried to truncate it for the efficiency of time.
To talk about moving forward, a sustainable future is not about just reducing emissions or embracing green technology. It's about creating a financially stable organization. It's about creating an operationally efficient system that can serve Memphis for decades to come. And this means sometimes making tough decisions that include work reductions or layoffs to ensure the long-term viability. We're collaboratively working with Mayor Young and his administration to revitalize the public transportation system. This partnership reflects a shared commitment to improving services, addressing community needs, and preparing Memphis for a sustainable future. The administration has shown a strong willingness to work together. We meet on a weekly basis to talk about just that. And it's to ensure that MATA continues to serve the people of Memphis while making these necessary adjustments. As we move forward, MATA is focused on building a modern, efficient, and sustainable transit system that truly serves the needs. We're committed to embracing innovation. We're committed to optimizing our routes. We're committed to offering better service. We're committed to making the rider experience better than, frankly, what it has been. Our collaboration with each of you and our stakeholders will continue to drive these efforts. We're going to continue community meetings and share with the members of the community the service map that you have in front of you right now. We're working to create the better transit system that this city deserves. And the road ahead will have its challenges, but with careful planning and collaboration and clear vision, we're confident that MATA will become stronger, more resilient, and be a big part of what drives Memphis forward in the future. Together, we will ensure that our city is not just prepared for the future, but that it will thrive in it. We thank you for your attention during our presentation, and we're here to answer any questions that you all may have.
Okay, appreciate it. Chief Adam.
Yes, sir.
Did you want to come up? Or you want to wait till after everybody's? Okay, good enough. I'm gonna open it up to questions right this minute. And once we get through with the questions, I'm gonna ask Chief to come up, and then a few other little things that we need to try to get kind of done, okay? First speaker is gonna be Councilwoman Washington, Logan, Sutton, then White.
I've had some inquiries about the pension fund. Are you updating the retirees about the pension fund? What's the update with that?
First of all, I should just like to point out that MATA's pension fund is virtually fully funded, so there is no liability relating to that. I think that is one thing that is certainly in favor of MATA, also in favor of MATA's statement of net position, because that would have to be recorded if there was a liability to fund the pension fund moving forward. Our pensions department has been fully engaged with all of the employees and is conducted meetings with the trolley operators 2 weeks ago, and they met as a group, and there was some very positive feedback I know from the union representatives on how these meetings had gone, and there are ongoing one-on-ones that are taking place on a daily basis with the individuals within the business.
Does that also include the 401k plan?
Yes, ma'am, it does, yes.
Okay, so if they wanted to draw some money out of their 401k plan, that wouldn't be a problem?
Not at all, no. And part of the reasons for these one-on-ones too is to explain to all of the affected employees and any of the employees indeed how they can access the funds that are theirs and how they can draw them down.
Okay. The prices, they were lowered during the pandemic. Are they still the same?
Yes, ma'am, they are.
So is the one way, was it lowered from $1.75 to $1?
Yes, ma'am, it was. We do have a fair policy in place, and that is going to be a topic of discussion in future meetings. But right now, we're still at the pandemic price of $1.
Okay. So that would also bring some more income.
Yes, ma'am.
So the day passes, they were reduced from $3.50 to $2. It's still $2.
And I'm going to let Chief Lancaster, because his group actually handles the fare analysis, and I'm going to let him provide more context to the answer.
Well, and what Ms. Malden said is correct. Again, we are all at the same fares that there were during the pandemic, which is essentially $1, which is the fixed route bus fare. That is the fare that most people pay.
Our board has actually asked us to conduct a fare analysis. That is something that we are actually looking at in the future as well. But you are correct. That would actually bring some additional revenue, not enough to actually sustain the agency, but
Right.
every dollar helps. So I agree.
Okay. And you're still working with the MGM management?
Mid-South Transportation Management. That is the company that actually employs the employees that provide the service for MATA. Yes.
You still working with them?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Those are my questions. That's it. Thank you.
Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Appreciate it. Thank you all for the presentation. I wanted to just circle back on a couple of things that were said during the presentation. So from the introduction, and I think from your presentation, am I correct to understand that where we are is because we have a large area to cover, that Memphis is 300 and something square miles, that, but essentially we're living above our means, if you quote unquote, that it's a large area. We have fewer people riding the bus and aging fleet. Is that the gist of what you said? Was there anything else that needed to be on that list? So just for me, for my records.
That is the gist of what has led, but also the rising cost of doing business. Fuel today doesn't cost what fuel costed, say, for instance, before the pandemic. Honestly, the price of everything is higher post-pandemic than it was pre-pandemic. And so those rising costs of fuel, even labor costs in general, are higher now than they were before the pandemic. So that would be one additional thing that I would add to that list as contributing factors that drove us to this point.
Okay, so rising cost to do business, labor costs. The area is larger than we have capacity to meet.
Correct.
We have fewer people riding the bus, which could speak to a lot of things, but
Right.
An aging fleet. I just want to make sure I'm understanding from your presentation that you're saying this is how we got here. And you also said that you all have been noticing that we've been in this situation for 10 years. Is that what you said?
Correct, Councilwoman Logan, that's correct.
Okay, so all the time that y'all were coming, when Rosenthal was here, is that right? His name, and giving this monthly updates, we were in this hole at that time. We were financially. Let me ask him financially.
That is correct, ma'am. Yes.
So we were purchasing all these cars, buses and all this stuff, and we were in this hole.
Yep. I think the one caveat that should be made is that a post-COVID, right, MATA benefited significantly from CARES Act funding, right, and that CARES Act funding effectively created a curtain, right, if you wish to put it that way,
A
across
cushion?
yes,
Okay.
a cushion that MATA then not only used at the end of COVID, but also in the 2 subsequent years. It was using up the balance of these funds. But effectively then what had happened was MATA had grown itself into something that, to be very honest, and I'm talking as someone who is looking at this externally, MATA had grown itself into something that was unsustainable. It was unsustainable from the amount of money it was receiving on an annual basis, right, from its grant funding. The CARES Act money was one-off money. It wasn't going to continue. And unfortunately, the agency had grown into a size that it needed extra funding, right, to sustain itself at that level. And unfortunately, these funds were not coming forward after the CARES Act funds were expended.
And Councilwoman Logan, can I clarify one thing that you just said?
Okay.
Buses and service vehicles are purchased out of capital funding. And so the budget deficit that we're talking about is operational.
Okay.
So the money has been in place to do the purchasing in terms of buses and service vehicles. However, the last time, shortly after I became interim, I brought in new buses. New buses had not been purchased since 2017.
Okay, we'll get back to that. So the reason why I'm asking this, going through this line of question, is for me to understand what the problem is in relation to the information you're sharing. So Chairman said you all are going to be coming here every month, but if you're just giving context or giving presentations and we're not able to interact with the information, and then the information that you send is challenging to understand. So I want to make sure that we clearly understand. That's why I wanted to know the problem. And what you said today was your solution. What I heard was the first step of your solution was workforce reduction.
The first step was balancing the budget.
Okay, so you balanced the budget and you realized how much you're over, and now you're putting things in place to bring the budget, to bring your operations to that, which is the first thing you did was that workforce reduction?
Workforce reduction. Step 2, we're recommending a route optimization.
Route optimization.
Step
Okay.
3, we're reducing overall expenses in the agency by 30%.
Okay, those are the 3 things that's gonna get us where we need to be. How long is it gonna take, based on your plan?
Well, we've already started the workforce reductions. Before you have a map of the route optimization that we're proposing to our board, that the board will consider at the Service Development Committee this month, and then they will actually potentially approve at the end of the month, possibly. They have the opportunity to do that. We have already started to reduce expenses. Expenses were reduced. The mandate to reduce expenses was clear when the budget passed. And so reducing expenses is actually something that started shortly after I took over as interim CEO. We started the process of reducing expenses as we were gaining visibility on exactly where we are financially.
So, company cars and those types of things, have you all looked, and this is gonna be my last question, sir. Okay, so the things like company cars, luxury, all the perks and things that you get when you're making a lot of money, you got total, have you had an audit or have you had a review on all those things and included that in the reduction, workforce reduction or perks reduction?
Well,
on that side as well?
Yes, but I feel like if you go back to my introduction, there's some things that I believe require some context. And service vehicles are a normal part of transit authority operation based on an employee's job description and what they're expected to do, to be on call 24/7,
Right.
to go to the scene of incidents and accidents 24/7. Those are the positions that have service vehicles assigned to them. Now, one thing that I did do as we're seeking to address a lot of issues that have existed across the agency, there were rental cars that were being used to pick up operators, to give them relief and all of that. We have now actually, as of last week, eliminated all those. And that's an expense that we started slowly eliminating over time. And we've already addressed that. We're already been looking at who's assigned what vehicles, and we're making changes in that area as well.
Excuse me, I don't mean to cut you off. I know we're our time,
Right.
but would you send us, I didn't see all of it, and I saw a few things, but
Right.
could you send a comprehensive report of all of those types of things that you've
Sure.
eliminated, that you have changed? We see the workforce reduction, but I would like to see all of those things that you all have changed. Whether, the type of cars that you're purchasing, if they're luxury cars, can you go to compact cars?
Right.
Or, can you, those types of things, if there are any reductions there, I would like to see those. And any other reductions in perks
Okay.
along with the workforce threat. I do understand there are some things that go with your job description,
Right.
but how you're doing it, are you finding ways to reduce the cost of how you're doing those things? I'm interested in that.
We are, and the vehicles are
When you come
purchased
back.
according to the state contract. And
Okay.
so we don't choose, in terms of, we only have certain vehicles that we can choose according to the state contract.
Okay.
And so those are the vehicles that we utilize. And so I'll be happy to provide you with a full list of everything along
Those reductions.
those
and changes.
reductions along with the context in which they exist.
Correct. Because the media and different ones will put out information, but I do want to give you all the opportunity to give us information with context. So if there's some additional information that we're not getting from maybe employees or media that you feel will be helpful, please forward that to us moving forward? So
Yes,
we won't
ma'am.
have to hear it later or come and ask you for it.
Yes, ma'am,
Thank
happy to
you.
do that.
All right, thank you. I appreciate it. Your back, Chair.
I don't have that number today. I know that was a request during the last council meeting.
Yes.
Of Councilwoman Walker, and we did respond to that. But I will be happy to make sure that that's shared. I thought that I shared it with the whole council. If
How many vehicles are we
Right.
talking about?
I received the email. You did send it to all of us. Thank you for that, but it was very general. You had positions, but no details with respect to what Councilwoman Logan asked you regarding the cars. No details.
Okay, I can provide you with a list of the type of vehicles that we have, if that will respond to your request.
Types and usage. I know you said they need to respond,
Right.
but as he was talking about, the fleet is smaller, so can that fleet be smaller as well?
Sure. Well, in general, we have Ford Traverses as our general service vehicle. And then, of course, we have the executive level has the Chevrolet Tahoes, much like the executive level here. My predecessor had a vehicle that is still being used within the fleet by our chief safety officer because it has the lights and everything. And then I have one as well.
So the executive level, they have Tahoes. Do they respond to accidents as well?
Only myself. And yes, they do respond to accidents, but I have one. The chief safety officer has a Tahoe. The chief of trolley operations has one. And his is even older from a previous director. And so, but yes, though the executive level, the ones that have those vehicles actually I'm on call 24/7. The chief safety officer, he's on call 24/7. The chief operations of trolley, he's on call 24/7. All of the executive level employees have to be available around the clock to answer the call of duty.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for that.
I gotta ask a question.
Yes, sir.
You said, what vehicles are they? A Traverse
Traverse is the general vehicle
Okay.
that is,
and a Tahoe.
yes, sir.
What's in the vehicle?
My,
Other than the passion, y'all driving?
they're outfitted with the radios that we use within the system, a light system in some of them. My vehicle specifically is a basic, is just a basic baseline vehicle. It's on the state contract.
Reason why I'm asking that question, what is that, the red little thing? That little bit of small car? Is that the red? That's not the red, that's the other one. Not the red bus, but what's the little car? What's the other one that's downtown?
Groove.
Groove. Okay.
Those vehicles don't belong to MATA. They're actually provided by the contractor.
I understand that, but I mean, Traverse is an expensive, but Tahoe is an expensive vehicle also, okay? Why would you need that car to go to a scene that the bus is stopped? Why can't you use the other, and can't they put everything that y'all need in it? That's why I'm asking, what other equipment do you all have other than y'all, talking to each other?
We'll
get back to that.
provide you with a list.
Yeah, because I'm trying to save $2 if I can, okay? Because I want to put these people back to work. I got an issue, okay? Yeah.
No service,
think
no service vehicles have been purchased since February 2nd.
Yeah, but we still got to pay for that. Okay, good enough. Hey, we're going to carry on because, hey, we really over and everybody got brief, and then we're going to keep on talking about this.
I just got one sentence. Put me in
Go
the
right
queue.
ahead.
I'm
Okay,
waiting my
in the queue.
turn, but
Okay.
Put me in the queue.
Councilwoman said,
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for always bringing these long presentations that does not even include the employees or the status of what their livelihood is going to look like. To hear that this is a 10-year thing that you all have known about, that you didn't have enough money and never said anything to anyone, is absolutely very disturbing, because I don't think you would run your household for 10 years and no one says anything. Your CFO, does he live here in the city of Memphis?
He does not.
Okay.
He's not a MATA employee.
Okay. And he can ask for, and he's right there, I would like, is he the one that decides whether layoffs and who's the layoffs going to happen, and is he the decision maker of that?
That was my decision.
That's your decision, okay. Your board, they look at this budget, they determine the budget, am I right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so the board knew the financial status of all of this, and no one said anything.
No, ma'am, they did not. When
So-
I started as the CFO, as the interim CEO, there was no CFO in the organization. The CFO had been terminated the October prior. We did not have financial information when I started. That is the reason why on February 2nd, the board made my start February 1st. The first thing that I did was bring in a forensic auditor myself to recreate the financials and to give me full visibility of exactly what was going on, because we did not know. I sat 2 offices down from my predecessor, and I did not know. And just like I didn't know, the board didn't know. From the moment that we gained full visibility over what was happening with the finances, I shared that information with the board, and we have worked as governance partners to try to right this ship. And in trying to right the ship, the first step was balancing the budget and living within that budget. I know that it's unbelievable. I know that it's unacceptable, but we have done everything in our power to bring this in line so that we can provide the service that this city needs and deserves.
Who is first group? Who is first group?
The agency used to have a management contract with First Transit. This is predating even my arrival as chief of staff. First Transit stopped doing business in the transit space. A bid was put out, and the RATP Dev Corporation received the award for the management contract.
Are we doing business, is MATA having any type of business over in the UK?
No, ma'am. I believe that RapDev's home office might be over there, but MATA itself, we are not doing business in UK. I can't say where, again, I'm still gaining full visibility, but as far as I know, we are Buy America compliant in terms of the vendors that we're doing business with. And we are, again, we have, RapDev has a management contract.
Maybe I'm missing something, and I'm just going to say it just like you. You've been gifted an issue. They gifted you that. And maybe I'm just missing something, because if there is a board, if I have a company and I have a board that handles my budget, my finances, that's handling my budget, and no one, you tell me no one, not a soul, knew that this, and he just said, the CFO, 10 years, and no one knew that there was a deficiency coming down the pipeline. No one. So you're going to actually tell me, and I'm going to tell you what my spirit is discerning, someone is lying and not telling the truth. That's just simple as that. And I'm not saying that you are. I would never say that. I'm not saying that you are, because you've been gifted a problem. But you're not going to tell me the educated board with all them alphabets behind their names that no one knew and saw this coming for 10 years. No one. It's unbelievable, unacceptable. There was a young lady back there with a baby that walked in here with a baby. I almost bust out in tears when I saw her walk in here with her child, because I know she's affected about what this is going on. But everybody else is still riding good, still living in our nice $600,000 homes. Just got promotion and raises. Got your suite over there in the Grizzlies. And no one took in consideration of the employees and their families and how they're trying to manage and live. I'm just saying, you said right down the hall. No disrespect to you at all. But I'm not going to sit here, and you're not going to sit here, and no one in here is going to sit here and say that no one knew. Your board knew. They handled the budget. They saw the money. They saw the deficiency. They saw the dollars. They saw what was happening before the CARE and the ARPA money. It's just like everybody just took this ARPA money and just did whatever. We have given you all $20 million when Rosenfield was here. Thank you for answering those questions. I appreciate you sending them back to me. And not only that, there's $30 million in our budget. So that's $50 million, if I'm not 50, because is it 50?
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
that's what I thought, 50. $50 million. Your board has a responsibility. I want to see your board. They need to be questioned. Because if you all have that disconnect, if it's that much disconnect that has been going on before your time, then your board need to be audited and see what's wrong with them. Because this is disgusting and it's just heart-wrenching. But my prayer is, and I said it before, my prayer is, and I said this way back, that all the lies, all the misuse of the money, all the stealing was gonna come forward. And now we're here. We got a couple more to go, departments to go, entities to go in this city. So the board needs to be here. We need to be questioning the board for their insufficiency. Just sitting there and not being honest, and you're sitting right down the hall from your predecessor. But you're a black woman, I expect that. They probably wouldn't tell you. They just gift us their issues when it's messed up. But these people's lives are at stake. And I don't know what it's going to look like, because you all have already determined that you're going to lay them off. That's a no-brainer. But what I'd like to see your budget proposal, what's going on now, and where these dollars are going to be going and how they're going to be used. Because we got a lot of people in Memphis that are going to be affected by this. I yield the floor.
All right, everybody, our chairman, we're going to have to conclude this committee today. We'll be back in 2 weeks.
Yes, sir.
But what I need you all to do, to get with each and every council member, because I have Councilman Spinoza, Logan, Walker, Green, Warren, and White. They have some concerns.
Chair.
Yes.
Well, can we make, I won't ask my
Go right
questions,
ahead.
but can I at least make my request for the
Yes,
next 2
you
weeks?
can. Yeah.
Thank you.
What is your request? And then I really want our chief to come up here and because we've been talking and then some solutions, especially with these people with layoffs and all like that. I want everybody to kind of know if you can do that in a couple of minutes and then we can adjourn, okay? Yeah, but I need them to try to help because we got so many people here. Yep, I want to put some at ease right now, okay? Yeah, okay, go right ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for indulging. What I would like at the next, in the next 2 weeks is, I know you mentioned that there was a forensic audit. I've not seen that. I don't know if any of the other council members have seen that.
No.
I would like a copy of the forensic audit. Also, I would like a detailed explanation as to the raw data, and I don't want just the explanation. I want the data that was used to determine how you all are going to restructure these routes. Because from my understanding, the trolleys was one of the most profitable routes. And then the other thing I would like is the raw data used to determine who you were going to lay off and where those layoffs were going to be. I don't have, I appreciate PowerPoints, but with something this critical where we're having to step in this manner, we need information to be able to see how these decisions were determined and whether or not there was some type of outside consultant sought to figure out how to restructure. But in order to restructure, you have to start with some kind of information and data. And so far, just from what Councilwoman Cooper Sutton said, we can't trust what's going on in terms of what has happened and what has happened over the past 10 years with no restructuring, knowing that there needs to be. So at this point, we need to see what data was used to make these decisions.
So I will say, if I may, Mr. Chairman, the unionized personnel, which are the operators, the mechanics, laborers, customer service agency, there's clear language in our collective bargaining agreement that specifies that we have to lay off in seniority order from the bottom. So they were laid off in seniority order. And so there was, other than just the seniority list, which is something that we use in the everyday operation of the agency. That's how routes are assigned. At least that's the order that they get to go in to pick their routes. That's a common list that is used. And so that's how those employees were determined. And so I will provide the answers to the others, but I just wanted to say those unionized employees were laid off according to seniority order, as specified by the collective bargaining agreement.
Thank you. And the other thing is just, and Chairman, I apologize, I don't want to go over.
I want everybody to be one-on-one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I was about to say, what I would implore is, looking at this crowd of people, and I don't know how they were consulted in terms of even determining restructuring. There's something to be said about people on the front line who are doing the work, and they understand how these bus routes work. I implore you all to do some kind of survey, seek out their opinion so that they can try to help in the restructuring, because this is what they do every day.
I've been pretty silent today. So if you haven't been to a council meeting before, we're not going to do any clapping. If you appreciate what someone, it's okay, council members. I've been out. So what we're going to do, if you like what's being said, we're going to do thumbs up. If you don't like what's being said, we're going to do a thumbs down. But at no point will we be clapping, because it slows the meeting down. We're already an hour and a half hour and a half behind. So we like to quickly conclude this particular committee meeting. Thank you, Chairman Ford, for allowing me an opportunity in the space.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Appreciate you, Chair. Reason why I want Chief to come up here, a lot of your answers, everything else, he will explain what we are doing too, okay? Yeah, because what you're saying, hey, audit, all the rest of it, we're doing ours also, okay? A lot of the people, that's why I had them to come down here also. You know, people may be coming to you and just talking to you, but you don't know that they're really talking to you because of us. Okay, so that's why I want you to kind of explain a few things, Chief, and then we're going to adjourn, and then we're going to get back here. And, let's know that Councilman Canale and Carlisle has joined us also. Thank you. Go right ahead, Chief.
Okay. Just real quickly, one of the things I want to talk about with respect to the employees, the impacted employees, we did have one job fair, and we're going to have a larger job fair on the 17th, and that job fair will include MLGW. So they will be assisting us in trying to locate the dislocated workers and get them adequate employment. Now, with respect to what we are doing, this administration, along with our partners in council and our partners in MATA, is we do have operations experts that are here, transportation operations experts that are conducting an audit on our behalf, and with the cooperation of MATA. So I want to make sure that that's clear. And we're collecting data points to truly understand where the operational efficiencies are. Can we then provide a different route system? Or can we provide some level of microtransit enhanced? We don't know. The other thing that we are going to find out in this audit is the true operational expenditures so that we can assist with right sizing the budget. One of the things that we did, the city did during our budget cycle is we acknowledged that our expenditures exceeded the revenues. So we took a look at where we could cut in the different locations. And then, of course, we addressed that. And then, of course, we came with the different revenue structure. So if that's the case, with MATA, we'll be able to deal with that. Next, we're going to also get the data points from the ridership. We're going to understand their needs and desires. And then last and most importantly, we're going to try to come up with and how to drive choice ridership, where we increase the riders that actually want to use public transit, but they find it ineffective at this particular point, where we can then develop that. So those are the data points. We're going to talk to those who provide the service. We're going to talk to those who use the service, but then most importantly, we are going to dig deep and find the raw data.
If you do not have business before the Budget Committee, I would surely appreciate it.
If you move on down the road.
All right, thank you, one, to Chairman Smiley and to Parks Chairman Warren for allowing budget to skip ahead. We've got some individuals that are not with the city of Memphis that have got to get on with their day. They are professionals outside of what they are here for. So that being said, I hereby call to order, it is 10 a.m. on Tuesday the 10th, and I hereby call to order the Budget Committee of the Memphis City Council. Please call the roll.
Councilman Smiley. Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Present. Councilwoman Green. Councilwoman Logan.
Present.
Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Councilman Canale.
Here.
Councilwoman Walker. Present. Councilman Warren. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Councilman Spinoza. Chair Carlisle.
Here, colleagues, we have one item on today's agenda. It's a resolution which is written. It's we can pass it out if you want. It's very simple. It's a resolution to appropriate $500,000 to Pure Youth Academy for the purposes of building a new facility in North Memphis, and representatives are going to walk you all through that. If I could just have a motion in a second to hear it. I'll second. Moved by Councilman Spinoza, seconded by Councilman Canale. It's about a 4-paragraph resolution, and it'll be on the agenda in 2 weeks. I've asked Director Chief Person to identify the source of funds. I gave him 3 or 4 options myself. He was going to spend the weekend doing so, and I saw that the meeting before this was much longer. So the source of funding is usually the issue. He and I have spoken about multiple accounts that can come out of, whether it's cash or CIP, and we will get that squared away and get that resolution formally to you. But in the interest of time and the interest of these individuals' time, I wanted to go ahead and move forward with it today. So I thank you for your flexibility. Melvin, if you want to come forward. I know this organization is very familiar with Pure Youth, but they've been up to some really incredible stuff. And I thought it would be great for them to come forward and talk a little bit about where youth has started, where it is today, and where their plans are and what they're up to. And with that, good to see you again, Mr. Cole. If we get your name and title for the record, and the floor is yours.
Is it on? There we go.
There we go. All right. Good morning. Melvin Cole, Executive Director and Founder of Pure Youth, Pure Academy as well. So first of all, I wanted to tell y'all good morning and thank y'all for having us. But the biggest thing is what y'all are looking at is the solution and the future of our city. I've been up here numerous of times, and it's been no secret. I've always said that it's not our kids, it's their environment. Our kids are growing up in double the national average of poverty and double the national average of food hardship. So, of course, that's going to drive crime up and education down and produce what we produce. But over the last 11 years of us doing our work, we have a 3.7 average grade level gain from our high school students. So a lot of our students come in 3 and 4 grade levels behind. But even with COVID, we're experiencing even further learning loss, and we're being able to address that through our boarding school, being able to have them extra time in the evening, our year-round, where we also catch them up in the summertime through our enrichment program. So we have 100% high school graduation, and currently today we have over 23 first-generational college students, and actually this weekend in the Southern Heritage Classic, we'll have 2 students playing for Tennessee State, and then we'll have 1 playing for Arkansas Pine Bluff. So currently right now we're sitting at an 83% matriculation rate to college. And 17% of our kids either are employed, go to trade school, or military school. So the biggest thing right now in our Whitehaven campus, where this body's been supporting for the last 6-7 years, we currently house 25 kids, and we're at full capacity and able to educate another 30, additional complete the 30. Well, this Chelsea campus on the first phase is going to allow us to house over 65 students and educate 100 students. And the biggest thing is, like I said, I go back to it again, it's all about their environment. The environment must breed success for our kids to be successful. So Ms. Tammy's gonna tell y'all about this building, and we just like to thank y'all in advance for y'all support of, like what I said, and I said proudly, the future and the solution of Memphis.
Good morning. My name is Tammy Galwin. I'm acting Chief Operation Officer for Pure Youth and Pure Academy. What you're looking at now on the slide is the existing property. So we're actually renovating. This is not a new construction project. This is at Chelsea Avenue Extended, in the 38108 zip code. The Memphis Academy of Health Science vacated this building in May of 22. So what you're seeing right now, our first phase will be the building with the white roof, and that is currently under construction. Construction will be complete in this October. We will move all the FF&E in throughout the end of the year and move students in January. And that building will house 64 students in the residential program. We will have certification labs that will be for environmental, career training will be available. So we'll be transitioning from a high school to a career training facility. We'll have a full basketball gymnasium, so our athletic program will be able to grow to basketball and also to help with after-school care. This is the floor plan of the gymnasium building, and this is the third another building on the property. There are 3 buildings total. This is a 9,000 square foot building that is not currently under construction, but is ready for construction. And it's a 9,700 square foot, and it would be the wellness and training center with additional classroom space, but no residential capacity in this building. The third building that you can see on this property, if I can get to it again real quick. Okay. And the 3 buildings, the one in the center that is not under construction will be another phase of our construction. And that's where our capacity building will take place. In that third building, we will grow to 250 residential students, so full academic area and residential capacity. So a total of 250 for the entire campus. And then we can have an additional 100 after-school care program at that time. The facility has really taken on a design intentional from a standpoint of the entire layout. We're utilizing every square inch of the property for gardens, outdoor classrooms, indoor, outdoor, kitchen facility, social areas for the kids, extra breakout spaces. So we've been very intentional to make sure that it's not only a school, but it's a home for these students. And we are installing a full-service commercial kitchen. So we're doing that because of the nutrition is such an important part of Melvin's program with the athletes and for our kids. It's a food desert area, so our nutrition is a huge component of our programming. Got it. And that's it.
So as you can see, what you just saw is an environment that breeds success. Like we're all about data and the numbers where it shows 4% of our kids are successful that lives in poverty. In this area, 1% of the kids have a chance to be successful, and it comes from the environment. So we've just presented an environment that breeds success, not only for the current kids in this city, but the future of this city as well. Thank you. We'll open it up for questions now.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll just add a couple quick comments if colleagues have questions, because I know, again, and you guys will have the opportunity, if you want, we can bring it back to committee. 4 questions, or we can hear it from the floor in a couple weeks. But ultimately, I know many of you have read in the paper recently, that Pure takes on referrals from juvenile court. And I know I'm talking to many current and past educators that understand the landscape that is out there, and the system that is built in Memphis in particular, at least in the little that I've spent around, and I'm happy to be told that I'm wrong, but is often we're going after, you look at the campus schools as an, an innovative school district and what their classification, what their demographic of student that they're going after, or the STEM schools or the optional schools. And then you look at schools that are really going after that tranche of kids that are in that last quintile, the ones that always do get left behind, the kids that are the 6 or 7 kids in the 26 kid classroom that are in the back and they don't have the support system they need, or they do, but not outside of the classroom. You look at programs like Binghamton Christian Academy that have had similar models to this, where it's boarding Monday through Friday. And so all the work that is going on has been, I think, really promising in order for us to support this. I think it's a win in 2 ways. One is education and one is affordable housing, because you're giving these children an opportunity to have a stable place to be throughout the entirety of the school year, no matter what's happening in the external environment. And this group has gone through Slingshot, for those of you that are familiar with it, which is an organization like Memphis Inner City Rugby did, that's independent and evaluates the value of the dollar. And they did very well going through that process. And I just think that this is one of the most worthy causes that we've been supporting, much like we've supported the Whitehaven STEM from this body, and we're supporting schools in other ways. The last thing that I'll read, if anybody has questions, and if not, I'll take it to a vote. But I want to read this. I hope I don't cry, but this is the reality. I got this from a friend. This is an exchange between Coach and one of his players. Coach, I won't make it to the game tomorrow. I've been shot. Shot, what do you mean? Yes, sir, gunshot. What happened? When I was leaving practice, I went to a cookout to get something to eat, and then to a store on Mill Branch to give my cousin and them some food. When I walked out, I was on the sidewalk for 5 or 10 minutes. I heard a loud shot, and I looked down and I was soaked with blood. But the hospital are saying the bullet didn't hit any bones or nothing. It just went straight through, so I'm waiting to see if I will have surgery. Coach, keep me updated. How are you feeling? Yes, sir. Okay, it's not that bad. Kid got shot. Had the courage to say it's not that bad. That's the environment we're living in today, and I know I don't have to tell many members that, but that's why I just think it's so important we have an opportunity to give these kids a safe place to be 5 days a week throughout the entire school year with people that really care about them and have raised millions of dollars in private capital. And with that being said, I'll pass it for any questions or comments to the floor. What?
Call the question. Call the question.
Yes, sir.
You behind schedule.
Oh, I've got Swearingen Washington, who's in the queue. That's my fault. And
I
then
just
we'll-
want to say that this is phenomenal. I think this is outstanding. I love the holistic approach. I look forward to your 3rd location in District 4, and you have my full support. Congratulations.
colleagues. Councilman Ford, yes, sir.
I see my colleague not sitting here right now, but you know we were talking about adding women. Not just me. I didn't see her right here, but that's the question. We got to do something to add to women. Okay, because they need it just as bad. Okay, so
I agree.
Yeah, so
They can do that at their 3rd location.
Add that, and I mean, okay, we've been talking about it, so let's make that happen also. Okay?
I need to. If you know a woman is willing to jump behind it and champion, I'd be more than willing to be sharing theories and ideas. I don't know how to develop a
find
woman.
one, okay?
Yes, sir.
We'll be glad to help you, but we need to include them, okay? Please.
We're gonna lean on Miss Hogan. Logan.
Councilman Ford.
We good.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. I was headed to see you all, but to see your campus, but I was not able to come see your campus. I heard Chairman talked about your partnership with juvenile court. What I would like to know is how many children come out of juvenile court? How many do you, I don't want to use the word solicit, but how many children? Your data showing that's just interesting to me. And you said our kids are living in this environment. Yes, our kids are living in an environment with gunshots. That's why this council is in the predicament that we're in now for the referendums that we're trying to put on the ballot in November. And so, yes, that is a terrifying story about that kid, but that's happening to most of the kids around here in Memphis. We are dealing with that on a everyday basis. So, you know, I think I met you all earlier in the year, and I've gone on your website to do some research to find out the work that you do and how productive and how successful these young men, I think they're all men that you're dealing with, how successful these young men are coming out. But on the other hand, I would just like to know how many, your data, I'd like to see the data for your juvenile court. What that looks like, because we have a lot of young people that the environment, as you said about the environment, is it's conducive to their environment. And so I would like to see that data and those numbers.
Yes, ma'am. So when we first launched the pilot program with juvenile court, it started off as 5 students, but between dropout and turnover, it turned into, we bring in about 9. 5 of those kids successfully completed our program and 100% of juvenile court supervision. We've had a kid get a murder charge drop and get his ankle monitored off. He's currently employed by Amazon. We've had another 4 kids get off of their youth supervision, and we have another kid that's scheduled to come off. So the biggest thing with juvenile court is making sure that we have the right kids, because we're not set up for kids who want to take off and run. And we tell them that in our interviewing process. If you have a runner, we're going to notify the police and the parents. We're not a detention center. We're an opportunity school to change the trajectory of kids' lives. But the kids who stay from juvenile court, we have a 100% completion of their adult supervision. We can share that data. And
yeah, that would be great. That's what I would like. And
yes, ma'am.
The $500,000 that is being appropriated, not sure where it's coming from, but I would like to have a breakdown in detail of how it would be used.
Absolutely. Yes,
Thank you. I appreciate it. I yield the floor.
Yes, ma'am. That's a great question. And my intent, we can put it into the document, but it's for the capital campaign towards the, instead of operating funding. But that's great. Great point. Yes, ma'am. Councilwoman Easter Thomas. That's it. That's all I got. All right. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I was just gonna ask, can the resolution be updated to reflect the actual source so that it doesn't do the unassigned fund?
Yes, ma'am. So Chief Pearson and I had a conversation last week. He, as you can imagine, has a lot. I was a little late to the what became the 8:30 to 10 meeting. But yes, ma'am, we will when that source has been identified. We have 3 that we've talked about. We're looking for one more, but yes, ma'am.
But it'll be before it comes to full council.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I don't like I know exactly what, I don't like leaving it open that way. And also to members too, this came out, and I apologize. If any member would like to be a co-sponsor, several have indicated that they would. I would love for this body, especially the district rep, to hop on as a co-sponsor. So if we don't hear from you, we're just gonna put you on. If not, you can text or email or just slap me. Thank you to all the work that you continue to do, to your board, to everybody that supports the organization. And with that, all those in favor of sending this down with a positive recommendation to be heard at the September 24th meeting, signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Chairs and aye. This passes.
Come on, y'all. This is council committee meeting. We're not gonna be talking. If you do, please exit.
And Swearingen Washington is also here. Okay, we're going to go to item number 10, which is a resolution accepting CIP, a commission CIP funds in the amount of $150,000 from Shelby County government for the purpose of building a softball field at Jesse Turner Park, Super District 4, District 4, Super District 8, sponsored by administration. Can I please have a motion? Second. Moved by Canale, seconded by Swearingen Washington. And Mr. Walker, you have the floor.
Sure. I mean, the resolution is pretty straightforward. County Commission made a grant for $150,000 for the purposes outlined here. We are currently having a conversation with the administration at Lemoyne-Owen about what that entire property looks like, and this would be included in any renovations to the baseball area currently known as Jesse Turner.
Thank you very much. Seeing no questions, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, the chair is an aye, and that passes. It will go down with favorable recommendation. Item number 9 is the resolution to allocate and appropriate and transfer $1 million from FY25 CIP project number PK 24100 Park Cover Line contract construction for fiscal year 25 CIP project number PK 25103, PK 25103, FY 25103, FY 25 park miscellaneous improvements, contract constructions, all districts, sponsored by administration. Could I have a motion, please? Moved by Ford, seconded by Swearingen Washington. Go ahead, Mr. Walker.
Okay, so this is where I get to give the disclaimer at the beginning of this. These are what we intend to do with these funds. A reminder for any new council members and for some existing council members, the cover line serves as a backup when general services runs out of break fix lines. So we have an intention of how we intend to spend the $1.1 million, but should an air conditioning system go out, should a roof fail, should a system that is normally covered by general services fail and we can't use the building, we will pull from these funds if the break fix line runs out of money. So again, I'll run through quickly by council district what the intention to split this evenly among the 7 council districts are. At Kennedy Park, make additional improvements to the sport lighting at the fields that were created as a part of the resiliency grant. District 2, resurface the walking trail at Burt Ferguson Park. District 3, resurfacing at several parks, which again, we'd be happy to share that list with you. District 4, site furnishing and replacements for both Alcee Warren and Alcee Samuels parks. District 5, installation of a new walk the length of the park at Williamson Park. District 6, the funds would be included. We intend to make repairs to the Westwood Pool. This would allow us to make additional improvements to the Westwood Pool House. And then District 7, repaving of the eastern parking lot at Douglas Park.
Thank you, Mr. Walker. Let the record show that we've been joined by Cooper Sutton, White, and Walker. Very good. We have one question from Councilwoman Logan.
Yes, I will share this list with the.
So we'll get a list. Okay, good. And do you have a question?
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Director Walker, for coming and presenting this. That was my request, but I had to run out for a minute. Oh, okay. I'm going to rescind, and I'm going to stop talking.
I'm with you. I thought we were going 1 through 10. Apparently we're going 10 through 1.
We're going through 9. Okay. 1. Okay. All those in favor of this project? Project number 8 is a resolution to transfer and appropriate funds in the amount of $129,010.20 from FY25 CIP. Project number GA 07002 MRPP cover line contract construction. The FY25 CIP project number PK 24105 Memphis River Parks improvements and maintenance contract construction and other costs, District 6 and 7, Super District 8, sponsored by administration. We have a motion. Moved by Canale, seconded by Swain Washington. And Mr. Walker, you have the floor.
Okay, so I want to spell out the differences between 8 and 7. Number 8 is to address, both items are to address an emergency that happened on Mud Island at the museum. $100,000 of this $129,000 would go toward the insurance deductible in order to be able to pay our deductible to make the repairs that came from a situation with the sprinklers out there. $29,000 would be to match general services repairs to the sprinkler system, which ultimately led to this situation. So it has.
So we had a sprinkler system failure that damaged the building?
Yeah, and again, let me not get the two mixed up. There was a chiller that needs repairs to it. A sprinkler system led to the flooding, which caused the problems with the building. So $100,000 to go toward the deductible, $29,000 to help make repairs to the chiller. And that is what item number 8 is for.
Okay, we got a $100,000 deductible. What's it going to cost to repair the whole thing that the insurance is going to have to pay?
Right now, general services and risk and our insurance carrier are working with a contractor to get all of the costs associated with that. I'd be happy to share that back with you.
Will you bring that back to this committee? Okay, thank you.
And one other note on this. For some reason, items 7 and 8, and I apologize if this was on our side, list FY25 as the funding source for this. This is actually from the FY24 cover line. That money was not appropriated when this was brought before council before. So just as an FYI, I don't know how we fix that, if it's in the actual resolution or it's just in the caption, but I would ask that it be amended if it is in the actual resolution.
Oh, it's so amended, and we'll get that done by staff. Okay, and I think we have one question from Councilwoman Logan.
Yes, and if I need to ask someone else, let me know. But you mentioned that the deductible is $100,000 and the actual cost is $29,000. Does that? No.
Two separate things. So repairs outside of what happened will cost $60,000. General Services is paying $29,000. We're paying $29,000 to get that work done. How much the actual cost to do the repairs is greatly exceeds $100,000, but we do not have that total cost yet.
The deductible that you pay, does that cover just that building?
Yes, ma'am. It covers that incident.
That incident. Okay.
Thank you. All those in yes.
Once you get all that done and everything, I want to just send us a detail on how these funds, where they went. I know you're talking fast. I want details.
Yes, ma'am. And in fact, again, this is a general services project. I'm happy to get that information from Gerald.
I want details.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Yo.
Thank you. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, the ayes have it, and that passes and goes with a favorable recommendation. We're now to item number 7, a resolution transfer and appropriate funds in the amount of $120,989.80 from the MRPP cover line GA 077002, to Riverfront Park Improvements GA 07009, District 6 and 7, Super District 8, sponsored by administration. Could I have a motion, please? Moved by Canale, seconded by Ford. Go ahead, Mr. Walker.
Okay, so again, just as a note, it references FY25. This would actually be FY24. These funds are reimbursement for capital repairs made on the property by MRPP. The way it traditionally works is council allocates funding. The money is then appropriated into an account. Invoices and payments made to do those repairs are sent to Tristan in finance, who then issues a payment to reimburse MRPP for those expenses. Again, documentation was submitted along with this resolution showing what the $120,000 funded, and Art from Memphis River Parks Partnership is here to discuss those items if there are any questions.
Seeing no questions, all those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Chairs and ayes have it. That's going to go down with favorable recommendation. Item number 6 is a resolution to allocate, appropriate, and transfer funds in the amount of $400,000 from, is this CY 24 or CY
Nope,
20?
nope, we're actually now back into
Okay,
CY.
FY 25 CIP project number PK 24100, park cover line contract construction to FY 2025 CIP project number PK 25102, park cover line fixtures, furniture, and equipment funds, all council districts sponsored by administration. Could I have a motion? Moved by Ford, second by Canali. You have the floor, Mr. Walker.
Okay, so again, this will be split between architecture and engineering, which is $200,000. Again, that is what is necessary for us to either get an architect to draw up plans for something or get an engineering firm to evaluate the structural stability of something that we design. The other $200,000 is for the purchase of furniture, fixtures, and equipment. Also to help fund this year's cycle of basketball court refinishing. Mike has a list that, again, I can share with council, which shows what our intent is for FF&E. Same rules apply as earlier. If something breaks and we do not have the funding from general services to replace it, this is also a funding source that is used to take care of equipment. We just have to come back to council and explain that that's what we're doing with the funding.
And you're going to make sure you get copies of that for
Yes, sir.
Councilman Cooper-Sutton.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. All those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Okay, the ayes have it. That goes down with a favorable recommendation. We're now on item number 5, a resolution to allocate and appropriate funds in the amount of $500,000 from FY25 CIP, project number PK 24106 to Brooks Museum contract construction, District 7, Super District 8, sponsored by administration. Moved by Canali, seconded by... Everybody sleep? Anybody second? Everybody swearing in Washington. Thank you. Mr. Walker, you have the floor.
Yes, sir. And again, a presentation was given on this during budget season, but as a refresher, as a part of the creation of the new Memphis Museum of Art, Brooks Museum down on the riverfront, the city pledged to contribute $1 million in total to the capital campaign to do that. This is the first of those 2 payments. And again, this funding would go toward the construction of the new museum.
Seeing no questions, all those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Ayes have it. This goes down with a favorable recommendation. Item number 4 is a resolution to allocate and appropriate funds in the amount of $1,200,000 from FY25 CIP project number PK 04018 Douglas Splash Park contract construction, District 5, Super District 9, sponsored by administration. Moved by Canali, seconded by Swearingen, Washington. And thank you for that. And Mr.
This is to complete the construction of a new splash pad at Douglas Park. As many of y'all are familiar, it is a rather large property, North Memphis, 40 acres. When we began this project, it was to be funded entirely through Accelerate Memphis. We bought the equipment with the money in Accelerate Memphis, but because of cost escalations and construction increases, this funding is actually for the construction of the site, the equipment we currently have. And I believe, Mike, if I'm not incorrect here, there's also some like site furnishings. But again, the bulk of the equipment is purchased. This will allow us to finish building it, and we will begin construction on it this fall.
Councilman Canali.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director.
Yes, sir.
What's the total cost we're going to have in this splash pad?
It's a little over $2 million.
$2 million for one splash pad?
This is, okay, so 2 things
Is it made
to
out
remember
of
here.
gold?
No, it is not. I'll also point out that the splash pads that
Platinum.
currently exist in all of your districts cost between $1.2 and $1.5 million. None of them are in a 40-acre park. If we were to take the splash pad that is at McFarland Park, which is a moderately sized splash pad, or the one that is in Orange Mound Park, which is a small park, and drop it into the middle of Douglas, which is a massive park, it would not make sense. Per industry standard right now, based upon the acreage that you're dealing with, we're not overpaying for this. Again, when we first started doing splash pads way back with David Carnes Park in 2017, 2018, they were infinitely cheaper and infinitely easier to operate. Over time, they've become significantly more expensive. It's just the cost escalation that we've been talking about all day. But that being said, this is also roughly twice the size of a splash pad that we have built thus far.
What's the lifespan?
Mike, I mean, do you want to? Yeah, I mean, if you look right now, the splash pad at Peabody Park has been there how long? Roughly 20 years? 20 years. Yeah, roughly 20 years. It needs a new resurfacing, but again, the equipment you can change out over time. You can maintain these things. It's much more like a playground than it is a pool. Its life can be extended by maintaining it throughout time. We currently have a contract with a company that goes out and checks on our splash pads and makes suggestions for repairs and improvements. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington and I lived this summer with the Orange Mound splash pad. They're a good company. They work quickly, and we got it back online in fairly short order. So again, this is a unique situation because of the size and importance of Douglas, and also our decision to make it twice as big. At the end of the day, we will have two this size. There will be one here, and there will be one at Audubon. We are able to mitigate our skin in the game at Audubon because roughly half the cost will be covered by a federal grant. But again, I think when you see this in the context of Douglas Park, it will make sense as to why we're spending as much money on this one as we are.
Thank you. All those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. That goes down with favorable recommendation. Next item is item number 3. It's a resolution to allocate and appropriate funds in an amount of $300,000 from FY25 CIP project number PK08037, contract construction, architecture / engineering, Lichterman Nature Center, major maintenance, District 2, Super District 9, sponsored by administration. May I have a motion? Moved by Canali, seconded by Ford. All right, and Mr. Walker, you have the floor.
The Lichterman Nature Center off of Quince, for any of those who haven't been there, it is the only nature center that the city of Memphis, through our partnership with the Museum of Science and History, operates. It's a very beautiful facility. Long-term deferred maintenance led to the part where the walkway itself and parts of the park were falling into the water that is up there, essentially the swamp.
So free swimming.
Yeah, I would not swim in it. I would not advise that. It is a stormwater detention bay. I would not do that. But that being said, all joking aside, Mike came up with a plan several years ago to fund the study of how to address these issues of deferred maintenance up there and fund it over a significant period of time. And I believe we have 1 or 2 more of these left in the funding cycle. It's a multi-phase. So design work is wrapping up and work will actually begin, which is why this is split between A&E and construction, is because there's a little bit more design work left to do, and then we will begin doing some of the mediation to make sure that it does not fall all the way into the water.
So this is only partially going to fix it, or it's going to completely fix it?
By the time it's all said and done, it will completely fix it. But again, this will be something that is also
As
an
it
FY26.
completely fix it, we'll see we'll see more funding requests to completely fix it next year.
FY26 and 27, I believe, is the full
Okay,
schedule.
so this is a prolonged multi-year program. Okay, all those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Okay, the ayes have it. That goes down with favorable recommendation. Item number 2 is a resolution to allocate and appropriate funds in an amount of $7,500,000 for FY25 CIP project number PK01036 Lester Community Center, contract construction, fixtures, furniture, and equipment, District 5, Super District 9, sponsored by administration, moved by Canali, seconded by Swearingen Washington. You have the floor.
Okay, speaking of things that will be finished. The Lester Community Center. For anyone that has not been down Tillman recently, I would advise doing so. Go by and take a look at the Lester Community Center. It is remarkable. And it's remarkable in part because of how quickly they've put it up. Because in December, they hadn't even begun prepping the site yet. And at this point, the pre-engineered metal building that will serve as the gym and walking track on the south side of the property is almost complete. The structural portion of the main part of the building, which is not pre-engineered, is up. And so again, I would just recommend going by because it, similar to Geisman, Hickory Hill, Burt Ferguson, the regional sites is the model of what community centers will look like. And the next project that we hope to begin design on in FY26 will follow in that same model. So again, this gets us through finishing the construction, bringing in the equipment so that we can have summer camp there next year is our goal. Yes, ma'am. This is for the community center.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye, and I also an aye, so that passes. Now we're down to item number 1, discussion on Bellevue Tennis Center, District 4, Super District 8, requested by Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Councilwoman, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman. You can go on with the presentation, please.
Yes, ma'am. So both Councilwoman Cooper Sutton and Councilwoman Swearingen Washington are familiar with this project as they helped walk through the site with us and kind of look at the deferred maintenance that was there. There was a site visit in May, and a comprehensive list of potential improvements were developed, exceeding the $1.5 million budget. It's a lovely facility next to Jesse Turner Park that needs some more love. And so as we went through, we received we sort of did what we're trying to do now, which is bring in an architect and an engineer to help us evaluate the needs of facilities before we come up with a number. So we did a walkthrough. Now we've received a professional design proposal on June 3rd. It has gone through the goal setting committee of OBDC. We are currently in the process of getting the contract together to have the architect put in place the plans to actually do the work and put it out for bid. IES was the engineering firm that we brought in to do an assessment of all the existing mechanical systems. The good news was, while the building needs some love, we don't have to replace the major mechanical systems, which would have eaten up the bulk of that $1.5 million. The next step is to execute the proposal, and then once we have the architect under scope, they will get contractors' estimates of the work, and then we will go through and say, what can we afford to do with our $1.5 million? We have a pretty good idea of it, but again, until we get the architect under contract and they are able to get exact pricing from a contractor, we don't want to guess, because that's how we end up getting our hearts broken. Once that step has taken place, the bid documents will be ready to go out in the spring of 25, with the project completed in early 26. And again, that seems like a long time frame, but I think as a city, we get in trouble when we start making these promises of how quickly we can turn things around, given the government contracting process and how many steps we have to go through to make sure that we get it right. So I'd rather tell you up front early 26 and then hopefully us beat that estimate than me tell you a number that's not feasible. So that is the project update on on Bellevue.
Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, any comments, any questions?
Yeah, what happened with the architect, the young lady that we brought out there?
She's who we received a proposal from.
So she's the one who we received the proposal from.
Mm-hmm.
And so we're looking to get this started in next year in April 25, FY 25.
Our goal is to get it started this spring, is to put the bid documents out, and then again, that's where we run into the fun part, is because when we put it out for bid, if it comes back with the numbers that we were expecting based on the contractor's estimate, we turn right around and we start construction. If it doesn't, we have to go through a second round of value engineering. So I try to make sure that the time frame that we're giving you takes into account worst case scenario instead of, yay, miracles and puppies and rainbows.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Seeing no further business, this committee is adjourned.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. We have two items in today's committee. The first item is a resolution to appropriate the sum of $400,000 in other project costs to implement the FY25 Urban Art Plan, CIP project number EN 25301, all council districts sponsored by administration. Can I get a motion and a second?
Second.
It has been properly moved by Councilwoman Logan, and it has been seconded by Councilwoman Pearl Walker. Thank you. Who from the administration will be speaking on this item? Please give us your name and address for the record, and then you may proceed.
Thank you, Chairwoman Manny Belen with the Division of Engineering, 125 North Main. So council during our budget cycle approved $400,000 to carry out the city's public art program. We do have a contract with the Urban Art Commission regarding that, and we are contracting with them to carry out that program. What's being proposed to you today is to appropriate those funds so that those plan can be initiated and carried forward. So with that, we ask for your approval.
Okay. And of the art program, all of the proposed designs will be approved prior to them being placed?
So I do have the executive director for UAC here as well, Lakeisha Edwards.
If she could come up and
she can
assure
come
us.
up here. During the budget cycle, she actually presented what the public art is for FY25. We do have that list, and that was presented as a packet during that budget presentation, but we can certainly provide the update as well. But I'll let her kind of go over some of the art.
Let the record show that Dr. Councilman Warren has arrived. We just want to be reassured that it won't be any skeletons and zombies and all of that. If you would reassure us of that, we would appreciate it. Councilwoman Green is also here. Thank you.
Not at all. So we have a two-part process. First, it goes through the selection committee, which is comprised by stakeholders in the actual community. So people that live in that space, work in that space, and have a vested interest. And then the second tier is the PAOC. So we have a public art oversight committee, which we have several members from council, as well as those that are in the community, artists, and then of course myself and a member of my board.
Okay. And then we also have a staff representation, right? Okay, we just want to be reassured because we've had some terrible art up by schools. So that won't happen.
It will not, though. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Any further discussion? Councilwoman Walker?
Yes, thank you for this. And I had a quick question. Is this just on properties? Is this just on city properties only? Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
okay, thank you.
Councilwoman Cooper Sutton?
Thank you, Chairwoman. And what I would like to do before you all decide to do the artwork, could you bring it and present it to us to make sure that our chairwoman, Councilwoman Swearingen Washington, won't be livid? And so we would love to see all that before you go. We would like a presentation presented what will be moving forward.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
That's great, because sometimes what people perceive as being acceptable to others, it may not be. All right. All those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? It is the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. The second item is a resolution amending the FY25 CIP budget by accepting additional federal grant funding from the Tennessee Department of Transportation, TDOT, and appropriating $1,273,967 to initiate construction on the West Georgia Avenue at Riverside Drive intersection improvement project EN 01088, District 6, Super District 8, sponsored by the administration with a request for same-night minutes. Can I get a motion and a second?
So moved.
Moved by Dr. Warren, seconded by Councilwoman Green. Also, Councilwoman Dr. Easter Thomas have joined us, and Councilman Ford. Thank you. All right, who from the administration will be speaking on this item? Please give us your name and address for the record, and you may proceed.
Thank you again, Manny Belen with the Division of Engineering. So what is presented to you today is an acceptance of additional grant dollars from the state to carry out the planned improvements at the intersection of Georgia and Riverside Drive. This project has been ongoing for several years now. We've actually sent out and did a bid on that project, and the bids came back slightly higher, and we've asked the state to provide additional funding, which this is intended to support that construction. That intersection improvement includes just traffic signal infrastructure, modernizing that intersection, doing a raised elevation intersection at that location, as well as additional ADA improvements. So with that, we are asking for your approval.
All right, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? It is the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. Does any other member of the committee have anything else to be addressed? Councilwoman Logan?
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate that. Director Belen, there is a project that has been going on for years. I've asked about it several times. So if you all have an update, I really need that. It's regarding New Allen and Ridgemont. It's supposed to be it's a five-way, and there's supposed to be a roundabout, and we've had several fatalities there. And I haven't been able to get an update that's, it changes. So I don't know where we are on it.
Just to briefly talk about, thank you very much for that. That's actually a TDOT administered project. I know that they've sent out for bids on that. We can certainly provide you or touch base with our colleagues over at TDOT to find out exactly what the timeline for that is, and we can email that to you and provide that to you.
Okay, I do. I want to get that. When I saw TDOT on here, it made me think about that we're waiting. So if you all could apply a little pressure, that would be greatly appreciated. All right, thank you.
Are you in regular communication with TDOT, Director Belen?
Yes, we are.
Okay. We're needing some support with our exits off of 240.
Yes, ma'am.
With trash pickup, please.
We'll do. We have a really good relationship with TDOT's maintenance team, so we'll get our public works team involved and make that communication as well.
And they can start with the Lamar exits.
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, City of Memphis. I would like to call to order the Memphis City Council Personnel and Governmental Affairs Committee. Ms. Cole, please call the roll.
Councilwoman Green. Present. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Present.
Councilwoman Logan.
Present.
Councilwoman Swearengin Washington.
Present.
Councilwoman Walker. Chair Easter Thomas.
Present. Colleagues, we have 2 items on the agenda today. We'll go ahead and do number 2 first. Number 2 is a Police Advisory and Review Committee appointment. Ms. Shirley Collins. Is Ms. Collins here? Can I get a motion and a second?
Second.
Motion by Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, second by Councilwoman Swearengin Washington. Ms. Collins, if you could, please turn on the mic so it'll show green, give your name, your address for the record, and any words you'd like to share.
Good morning. My name is Shirley Collins. My address is 1564 Westlawn Drive, 38114. I am a 5th generation member of the Orange Mound community, born, bred, and raised. I have 1 son in whom I'm well pleased. I have not done any service with the city since one of the very first environmental courts years ago. I am a member of the National Coalition of Women. I am a member of Mount Moriah Baptist Church, the original, where we will be celebrating 145 years during this month of September. I've also been a member and have been president of the Orange Mound Progressive Club, which in November will be celebrating 105 years of philanthropy. I'm excited about this opportunity to serve and to bring objective perspective and recommendations to the Police Advisory and Review Committee.
Thank you, Ms. Collins. Any colleagues have any questions or comments? Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Hi, thank you, Chairman. Hi, Ms. Collins.
Hi.
All that great information that you've given us. I'm pleased that you have been appointed for this. But my question, I looked at your resume and you've told us all about your church home and everything, but what perspective, what are you bringing that's going to be different, that's going to help to move this board forward? Because the past things that we're seeing with boards have not been effective. And so I want to know, because this is very important, this is very important, very critical to our city and to what's happening in our city and where the crime is and what we're trying to do to make sure that we have the right people in the right place so we can move the needle in this city. So what perspective, what are you going to bring different? What innovation, what creativity are you going to bring different to this board?
Hopefully, in being part of this committee, because it is just to advise, review and advise. I'm a very detailed person. I believe in facts. I try to stay away from emotional decisions when it comes to business. I'm also a box checker, but I want to do a paradigm shift in how we think about police. I want community and police to be synonymous in effective policing in this community, because we must change. We must change how we police, how we review police activities. They're human, they have families, but also we want to mesh that with the humanness of the community, make them more visible, and not anti-citizen.
Okay, so do you have a plan, a strategy in place to get this in place? Because I love what you just said. We'd love to see that more aligned together with the police and the community, the negativity that has gone forth with the community and the police. And so I would love to see a plan in detail in writing that you plan to propose and move forward.
I was trying to get a kind of a feel of how this committee operated, and I was told that it's a revamp of the former clerk board. So there's a possibility when you start in at the beginning, there's always room to design and set the foundation. I do believe that we could put some, I never thought about, I would have that type of input first because I would have brought you a plan. But given the opportunity, I think we need to make police more visible in that Orange Mound received one of the first community police stations. And it was wonderful. Children flocked to it. And that's where our biggest problem is now with our children, with our young adults. There is no respect nor fear for law, but I don't want it to be a fire and brimstone type of situation. I want the community to see policemen as human beings. And I think if we have those types of conversations with community members to let them know that, what the policeman's job is, and that there's some things they just have to do. And it may not gel with you how it was done, but each police officer is different, but the training is the same. So it breaks my heart every time there is a situation that is controversial, and all the negativity that can be dug up about police officers is put out there for the media to soak up. But there's another side to every story of police involvement. I'm hoping that we can work towards getting that gel, that mesh of information to the community so that they can be more receptive to the police officers and be open to talking to them and reporting to them when they see crime happen. If you see it, report it. Yeah, say something.
Well, thank you. That's what I wanted to hear. I'm very impressed with it. But what I don't want us to start doing and start happening, I've seen this council. We put people on different boards, and then we don't hear from them anymore. We don't hear the progress. We don't hear success stories. But I feel different for some reason about you, the wisdom that you will be bringing, the experience, your life experience. So I look forward to engaging with you even the more, because we must change we must change the behavior all around this entire city, and keep putting the same people in the same place, and you keep getting the same results because of clicks and all of that stuff. And I want to point you to the board, and I want to do that. It's just Memphis, we deserve better. The citizens deserve better. Our officers deserve better. Everybody deserves better. When I think about George Floyd's killing and the revamping that they had to do there in Minnesota, I have family in Minnesota, that's talking about what's happening. And maybe we can take a screenshot for what's happening there and to bring it here and to implement it here. Like you said, all the police get the same training, the exact same training. But to see this and to see you on that board, I'm just really, my expectation of excellence is what I'm desiring and I'm expecting to see. So thank you, welcome. Pray that you get appointed in our 3:30 and look forward to working with you even more and hearing from you more.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairwoman.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Any other colleague? Well, Ms. Collins, I thank you for your willingness to serve through this appointment. And hopefully all of what you said will be able to come to fruition while you're serving with your colleagues on the newly revamped board. Colleagues, let's go ahead and do voice vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, the ayes have it, so it'll be sent down to full council in 2 weeks. Thank you, Ms. Collins. Colleagues, item number 1, joint resolution adopting the More for Memphis strategic plan as a guide for public-private cooperation and investments to improve economic mobility for children and families in Memphis and Shelby County. All council districts, sponsored by Councilwoman Green. Can I get a motion in a second? Move it. Motion by Swearingen Washington, second by Green. Councilwoman Green, did you want to give an intro? Okay. Ms. Burke, if you can say your name, address for the record, and go ahead. The floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jamilika Burke, 1706 Belvedere Court, Memphis, Tennessee, 38104. I am here as a born and raised Memphian, someone who has started her career in education and really working to develop and strategize about how we can develop systemic solutions to support our kids and families across our communities. Today, I am here as a follow-up to a December 2022 resolution that we brought before this body that we were asking and having conversations about how can we really work strategically together about creating an action plan about how we can address some of our most systemic challenges here in our community. And through that process, that was unanimously passed. And this is the natural follow-up to that, to where now, almost 3 years later, we're bringing back to this body that community plan that was really developed in partnership with nonprofit organizations members of this body and other governmental agencies, residents, youth, to where we were galvanizing and looking at data and information and understanding the lived experience of those who've been impacted by the challenges that we are all working together to try to solve here in Memphis, that they developed a plan that really brings together a cross-function of multiple systems across things like education, community development, and health, of how do we bring all these things together in place. And so the resolution that's before you really lays out what are some of the problems or challenges that we know to be true here in Memphis, and then what are systemic strategies that we can look at doing together as a public-private partnership to address. And so through this work, we have been working to really finalize bringing about $100 million to the Memphis community over the next 5 years to be catalytic private investment to go alongside the supports and align with public investments in terms of how can we go deeper in place to be more strategic, more aligned, and have defined outcomes in terms of how we work together, because those things will be critical to see the solutions that we want to see as a community. And in this resolution, does not lock this body or any of the other bodies in. This is actually the first step for us to really work together over the next 6 months of how we may want to operationalize together. And so we are also not asking for funding at this time, but really more so asking, we want to better understand how do we continue to work together towards developing the implementation that will be needed from a public-private perspective. And so through this work, and the primary action of this resolution is to affirm the More for Memphis plan as a guide, only a guide. There is flexibility within that as we understand the contours and having to be flexible about what may even happen over the next 5 years. And also takes into account many of the ideas and aligning to many of the strategies and policies that this body, and also when we think about county commission and the school system, are working on as well for one unified solution. Because one of the big asks of us was, how can we remove more of the silos and come up with more of a collaborative way of how we work together to address these solutions? So I come before you today to present this as the natural next step for us to think about what does this look like to implement together over the next 6 years, and supporting and working with us about how we're executing that $100 million over the next 5 years in our communities to address some of the challenges that have been laid out in the resolution and within the More for Memphis plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Burke. So far in the queue, we have Councilwoman Green and Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Chair. I encourage my colleagues to support this resolution. I have done some deep dives on this work. I also sit in a pretty unique position as somebody who's a member of this body and then a member of the county administration. I often have a viewpoint into those silos and understand that sometimes we all play in our own sandbox and don't communicate the way we need to make things productive for the citizens of Memphis and Shelby County. And more than that, I would say that my number one job is being a mother, and I'm, a product of public schools. I have 3 kids in public schools, and I want to see our children thrive now and families thrive in the future. And I think we only do that if we're having real, serious, strategic conversations with actual investment from the public and the private sector into our areas and our communities of need. And so I'm excited about the future of this and what the investments can mean in our communities. And I'm particularly attuned to the need for us to talk as a city and a county and a school board. And I should note the school board did already pass this resolution. So we're kind of the second stop on that tour. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilwoman Logan?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you so much for the presentation. I have always told you you are amazing, and I love the work that you did on this. I actually have been a part of it as well and truly believe in this way forward. My only concern is the language in the resolution. It's a bit strong for me in the sense of establishing policy that More for Memphis governs the framework of that and shapes that. So that's the only problem that I have. I love the work, I love the concept, but making it policy, that you all established the framework because of it seems as though, the investment is there, and I think you all are one of the first to come with this type of investment with the work that you've done that included the community, work ground up, very detailed, a lot of data involved, and that's a good thing. But taking that information coupled with the investment and making the city council, county commission, and the school board establish policy that more from Memphis would be determining the way forward by policy. If you could, I know I heard you say that it's not locking us into anything, or if you could speak to that, that would really help me.
No, absolutely. Thank you for that question. And the way the resolution was put together, when we think about a guide, think of it as one of the tools in your toolkit in terms of as you're making decisions as a body, here is information that is collectively being done by community members, nonprofits, other governmental agencies, and the other bodies to think about, well, these are the things that we've identified through that data and through lived experience that we would like to see move forward. It does not isolate and say that the work of this body or the work of the other bodies is exclusive to that, but I think of it more as a tool in the toolkit, more information. And also as a part of this with the governance that is being put together to support part of this is also making sure that this body has a seat at that governance table. So as decisions are being discussed, there is someone who represents city council that would be a part of that as well. And so lastly, I would say in terms of some of the guiding information, part of what we want to do as I mentioned about over the next few months is have those ongoing discussions with this body to understand exactly how you all would want to be engaged, how you all would want to use this plan to help inform and make those decisions. I think the policy more so is to say yes, we're saying that we will continue to work together. But the next step in that is thinking about, well, how do we operationalize it together? Because we have not had that discussion yet. And that's what we want to spend the next few months doing.
So having the discussion on how to operationalize it seems like it would come first, as opposed to us voting that we established this policy. And if you could speak to that.
Yeah. So today, this is more so what we had promised after the resolution passed in December 2022 was to bring the full plan back to this body. And so everyone on the body has now received that plan for review, has had opportunity to have some conversations. And then this is the natural next step to say, hey, we have read the plan. This is something that we do. There's a lot of good things in it that we do want to have more discussions and follow up on. So this is the natural next step. The next step after that would be to have those deeper conversations in terms of the intentionality of how us and the three bodies come together to have those ongoing discussions about how the strategies and the things that are put into the plan are brought forward.
So would that policy look like an ordinance, a resolution? What are you all wanting it to be? What would you like for it to be?
Yeah, so ideally, as we move this work forward, we would be looking for, if we could get towards like an ordinance or an operating agreement in terms of once we've had the conversations, we've defined these would be the strategies or actions that we'll be working collaboratively on, because we'll be bringing investments to the table as well to align to that work. And that would lock in later on, but that would not be something that's locked in today. And again, we would want to make sure that we have full conversations with members of this body and the other bodies before any of that work is done.
So what are we locking in today?
We're locking in today that we affirm the More for Memphis plan as a tool or a guide to help with some of those discussions, which leads to that natural next step in terms of how we would want to solidify how we work together long-term over the 5-year period. And again, that also locks in the seat with governance to where a representative of this body would be able to be in the ongoing conversations around the plan and execution. Because what we also said is that this plan has to be nimble, because we know opportunities that may not be present today may be present a year or two from now. We also know different funding opportunities may be different or come to fruition in later time. So we want to make sure that we have a governance committee put together with representation from this group as well, so that we can have those ongoing discussions also.
So it's just consent today, and then someone is going to create an ordinance for us to vote on after having discussion with the county and the school board?
Absolutely. Yes.
There's going to be a committee that would you're saying you're gonna put a committee together that represents those three entities that would work on a piece of legislation for us to vote on. Is that what you're saying?
And also government, and also community and nonprofit with 3 bodies.
You answered my question and I appreciate it. And again, don't take my questions as not being supportive, but I have to understand because this is a huge step if we move in this direction. It is a huge step for the city.
No,
So,
absolutely.
and I think it's, change or progression in this direction is needed, just making certain that it is in the best interest of, all involved.
Absolutely. No, I
Thank you.
appreciate the questions.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I yield back.
Thank you. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton?
Hello.
That's okay. Thank you, Chairwoman. Well, Councilwoman Logan answered the policy question for me. She cleared that up. My concern is this. I went online, I looked up More for Memphis. I had never heard of More for Memphis. And I went and looked up and I see that, your latest updates. I see very familiar faces on your website. I see that you have already have some funding from an outside entity that does not live here in Memphis. Am I right?
If you're referring to the $100 million investment, it will be a mix of local and national funding.
All right. And so what I'm very concerned about and what I don't want to put a falseness in me is Memphis has so many organizations. It's just organization after organization after organization, nonprofits, same funding sources, and we have not moved the needle not once in this city. Same funding sources, same people at the table doing the same thing, talking the same talk, and not moving the needle in this city. And so that is a huge concern to me because normally when Memphis create their boards and they create their members, it's the same players at the table doing the same thing, talking, conversation, and really nothing happening. Nothing happening in these underserved communities, no equality, nothing happens. And we're still here doing the same thing. And so when you say policies, when I look at policies, I think about, policies has mature dates, things changes, and you're looking at this for about, 5 to 6 years. Right now, you don't need any funding from the city right now, but you did say it's a possibility that later on you may have to come back for funding. Am I correct?
Well, the portion of it is when we talk about a public-private partnership, we want to think strategically about how can we use the $100 million capital that we're able to bring in to be catalytic, build out infrastructure. And to your point, create a framework that is different from what we've seen in the past, because what we've heard in our discussions with community members and with the different bodies engaged is that there's been very siloed behavior in terms of how we address challenges that really do have a lot of overlap. So how can we create really create a framework to where now all of those entities and bodies are at the same table to make decisions together in terms of how we're addressing those needs? And so part of governance is not just having representation from city council, but also county commission, school system, our funders, governmental agent, community and youth on an ongoing basis so that we come together on a quarterly basis. We're looking at the data. And one thing that I would say is different about the More for Memphis plan than some of our previous plans, we've asked that there's actually a shared matrix across the strategies. So everyone's looking at the same information, looking at the same data. We're working towards using the same systems in terms of how it's collected, how it's visualized, and there's transparency in the process and what's taking place across the strategies. And another piece that I think is pivotal to this work is allowing opportunities for reflection and refinement. We know that as a city council, you all come together on a yearly basis for your budget. And so we want to be able to come to you all with recommendations of this is what we see working in the communities. Here are some ways to think about investments. So not so much saying give money towards the plan, but here are the things that we are seeing working from the things that we're executing in this collaborative together. So here's some other tools and information for you all to consider as you're making decisions about how you make allocations, how do we ensure funding is truly getting to the communities and individuals that need it. because I think that would be one of the things that we've been very intentional about making this plan different.
Okay. And what I would just really thank you for that, for clearing that up and asking, and making sure that I understand. But, just looking at this resolution and going to your website and looking at everything, I heard what Councilwoman Green said, and I totally agree with her. Sandbox, everybody. It's too much. What I do not want to see is more from Memphis fail and sit in this seat and come back like every other. You understand what I'm saying? Do you get what I'm saying?
I get it,
As a
what you're
new
saying.
council member, as 9 months into this, as living in this city for 29 years, and I've seen the decline. I've seen us put the same people in the same position, and they don't have any backbone to do what needs to be done for what needs to be done here in Memphis. And cowarding out and being just part of, I'm a part of this, and I'm a part of this, and I'm a part of this. It's just no more. It's just no more. We know the numbers. We know the poverty numbers. We know that. We know all of that. But I want your organization. I've looked at it. I've studied it. I've been out for 4 weeks. I've went through this. I've looked at it. I've looked at everything. The outline you have, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, phase 4. I see the people that you've interviewed. I see the people that are on this website. I see familiar faces. I see familiar faces, at the chart, writing and looking and putting all ideas. But I want to see actual families being involved in this, actual communities being involved and seeing results, seeing what happens. We know what the data looks like. Memphis is a data-driven city. Everything's on data, but we don't see any progression. Especially for a predominantly brown city, Black city, we don't see any progression. Only thing we see is downfall with all these organizations that are going on. So I want to support more for Memphis. I want to see more for Memphis be the catalyst that makes, set it. This is what it should look like. This is what it should be. Having all this money and fueling, and we fuel projects and organizations with money, but we never have any kind of good results. Because we see it. It's evident. You see it every day, don't you? Have you rode around these communities? I ride around them. Yes. You're native. You know what it looks like. I ride around Fraser. I go in Klondike. Castelia, Westwood, Whitehead. I'm talking about where the real work is. And so that's what I would love to see different. Because I'm sure you're coming back for some money. That's just a no-brainer. But when we invest the taxpayers' dollars into the city, we need to see, I want to see actual families being use them. See what products, what happens. Giving them an opportunity to advance and to move. Not just sitting at the table and we looking good and rubbing our own backs. The same players doing the same thing because the game hadn't changed. We need to see something different from Memphis. And for some reason, I think that you are able to do it. You're well capable to do it to make it happen.
Well, thank you.
So I'm going to hold that to you. In the next 4 years that I'm here, I have 3 more to go. So I just hope this is something different than what we've already seen here. And my chairman is over here. So
No, I
thank
appreciate
you.
it. Thank you.
And
And
it's just
thank you.
heartfelt because I'm living here. So I need our
absolutely.
children, their parents. We need to see something different, okay?
Absolutely.
Thank you. I yield the floor.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Any other colleagues, any questions, comments? No? Everybody's ready to vote? Everybody good? All right. So we will take this for a vote to send it down to full council in 2 weeks. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, so the ayes have it. Ms. Burke, this will go down in 2 weeks with a positive recommendation. Seeing no other business in this committee is adjourned.
Memphis City Council is hereby called to order. Ms. Johnson, please call the roll.
Yes, Dr. Easter Thomas, Councilwoman Green, Councilman Ford Senior, Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Councilman Spinoza. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Dr. Warren. Chair Smiley. Councilwoman Walker. Councilman Connally. Chair Logan.
Present. Thank you, ma'am. We have one item on the agenda, colleagues. It's a resolution to amend the fiscal year 2025 general fund operating budget for the Housing and Community Development All Council District, sponsored by administration. May I have a motion? Been moved by Connally and seconded by Jana Washington. Swearingen Washington. You know how it's been a long day, y'all. All right. So, and we have Director Cashier, if you would give us your name and address, you are recognized.
Thank you so much. Good morning, council members. Ashley Cash, Housing and Community Development Director, 170 North Main. This is, we are just trying to move some funds to help us operationally. We're not asking for additional money or changing projects up. The total amount is about $23,000. It's in our social service line. And currently that line is just in one big bucket. We're just dividing it out across service centers so people can manage the money that they have appropriately. We use these funds, or departments use them, for any uniform purchases that need to happen, food for different workshops and seminars, team building activities, just smaller activities of that nature. And so that is the request, that you all allow us to move those funds.
How much again? Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, you're recognized. I'm sorry. That's okay.
How much was that again?
The total amount is $23,000, and we're moving. So some is like $2,500 is going to one service center, $5,000 is going to another service center, $5,000 is going to a different service center, all within the HCD. But it's essentially being moved to different departments as opposed to being under one administrative department.
Okay. So we said at the beginning of the year, details. I want to know where every dime and every dollar is being moved to and what it's being used for.
Okay.
We said at the beginning of the year, we want details, we want full details when we're moving money, and I know it's your money, but we still need to know.
Okay.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. Any other colleagues want to have anything to say? Okay, there is no other questions. Any other business before this? All right, we're getting ready to vote. Okay. We're gonna take a voice vote. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. So, thank you so much. This carries.
You're welcome. Thank you.
You had something?
No, it's off the grid. I'm on top.
Okay, okay.
I just thought about something.
Okay, all right. All right, thank you so
Thank you.
much. Appreciate it. This meeting is adjourned.
Attaway.
And the funding that will, how it's gonna be funded?
The funds that we're asking for acceptance today, the $200,000, is sort of one of the foundational funding. We're also working with partners to fundraise additional dollars. We're working with the local philanthropic community, so we do anticipate coming before you with additional grants.
So how much are you trying to raise altogether?
Right now we're trying to raise about $500,000 for the first 3 years of the office.
And what exactly will the office do?
Yeah, I'd be happy to step in. Penelope Houston, Chief Communications Officer. So the office is going to promote economic growth of the creative industries. It's going to focus on economic impact, collaboration with stakeholders, policy development, program implementation, all to start to weave the creative and cultural economy into more sectors.
Okay, can you kind of expound on it as well, sir? I kind of hear where you're going, but I just need a little bit more.
Oh, sure. We'd be happy to.
It. Yeah.
Yeah. So right now we all know that our creative culture in Memphis is key to what makes Memphis unique, right? And so one of the roles of this office will be to try to weave in that what we know is a real strength of Memphis, this creative culture, into the economic development of our city. Taking those creative industries and finding how we don't just utilize those industries, but we actually find ways to recognize them monetarily. So many times we know we don't value the creative culture as much as we could. And so finding ways to increase how we pay, how we support, how we promote those industries.
So would this committee be the one to set the tone or the standard or the direction or how we recognize those creatives, and who's writing the script for that? Like who's determining what creative represents the entire Memphis?
Yeah, it's a great question. So that's going to be a part of the job of this office, right? Is to help guide those policies and those decisions for how we do a better job of this as a city.
Okay, can you
that is part
provide
of
a
this
little
job.
bit more context?
So as Chief Houston and Chief Albertson
Name and
mentioned,
title for the record.
I'm sorry. I'm Antonio Adams. I'm the Chief Operating Officer, City of Memphis, 125 North Main. So as they mentioned, this office will help set the tone, but then also celebrate in industries like music, arts. I mean, we have a really robust art culture here and arts community, but we don't see it. And so one of the things that this office will do is continue to foster the environment in which they are celebrated, but then also there's greater exposure. Same thing with our music industry. We know a lot of young people that have gotten into rap, but then there are also R&B artists. There are other artists that in different genres around here, and we want to celebrate that and then elevate that as well so that it can be a part of the economy. So they don't look at it as a one offset or a hobby, but they celebrate that as a part of the economy.
Creating the industries that can be monetized as an industry. However, my only request is that you come back with what that looks like. If we give you $200,000 and you're trying to get $500,000, and what do you want the $500,000 for? Like, who's going to be in charge of setting the initial foundation for that? Because rap is not the only music genre that we have. We have a whole lot that's going on in Memphis. So, who is setting the tone for what that looks like and what creative gets, the platform? Right. So if you could bring that back, I would hold my vote until I could see something other than the $200,000 request. So is there any type of framework or overarching direction for this new committee.
And we can bring that back as a,
Right.
as a part of the mayor's transition.
Or am I looking at this,
But-
am I missing something?
There is one thing I do want to clarify for you, that this is
grant.
accepting a grant.
It's
Yeah.
accepting
not-
a grant. It's
okay,
not,
I'm so
it's
sorry.
not new
I thought
funding.
you all
Right.
were
Yeah.
asking for
No,
funding.
no, no,
I
ma'am.
missed
no,
that.
not at
Okay.
all.
we're
Accepting
asking
a
your
grant.
approval.
Okay. Now, will you
to
all be
accept.
asking for any money from us?
No, we will not. We're trying, or not
okay.
at this point. Our intent is
But
to
when you
raise
say not
money.
at this point, what do you mean by that?
Our intent, as Mari described earlier, our intent is to raise funds.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the mayor does understand that we do have finite resources, and then we do have those that are interested in supporting externally. So they have come to the table with raising funds, and the goal, as Chief Albertson mentioned, is to raise the funds up to $500,000 to start. And I think you mentioned this, the first 3 years of this office. So again, we're open as far as providing what the results were and what he listened to and received during his transition and from the transition team, but then also provide that
Great.
as we move forward.
Sounds
reporting.
good, as long as y'all got your own money.
That's right.
I just want to add real quick.
I appreciate that, thank you.
We think we know we're missing a lot of state and federal funding opportunities
By
that
not
having
have-
this office will help
Okay.
facilitate. So we'll be looking to really strengthen our fundraising capabilities
makes
by the
sense.
establishment of the office.
Thank you.
Right. And we're talking about all creative, design, film, music, performing
Perfect.
arts.
Perfect.
The entire.
Okay, great.
And
Thank
we
you. I yield
do
back.
have
I know.
professional fundraising support.
Okay,
in the
sounds
room.
good.
All right, we're running behind time. And
Thank you.
I don't want
Thank you. I yield back,
co-chair
Chairwoman.
to
Thank you.
take this gavel from me. I'm gonna
Let
get
Walker go. She can go.
okay.
Mine's simple.
Councilwoman Walker.
So this language that we're using these days, you say creative culture. And Director Adams, he mentioned music and arts, and now you're saying film and all of that. We still need to hear the words, you know. Creative culture, that's fine. I know it's a new thing. And then that's like, now we use lower wealth when we mean poverty. And then as of this morning, workforce reduction when you mean layoffs. So I just want you to keep that in mind moving forward about the language that you're using, and it still needs to include these respective disciplines so people will know what you're talking about and they will definitely want to gravitate to it because this is something that we definitely need. Thank
Absolutely.
you.
Thank
I
you.
yield the floor.
Thank you. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
I just need for you to tell me what your position is again, not you, Chief Penelope, but
The Chief of Staff for Mayor Young.
your Chief of Staff for Mayor Young.
Yes.
Okay. And this is money we're receiving.
Yes.
All right, I yield the floor. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for being quick. I too am very supportive of the establishment of this office. I'm excited to see Memphians enjoying Memphis culture. I think a lot of other places around the world enjoy our culture, so I would like for us to enjoy it. I also appreciate the exposure to youth, to other opportunities in the cultural, economic world, so that they can pursue those passions. I know on Shelby County side, we just gave some money for the Metal Museum, and there's a lot of creative talent that goes into that, but then they also learn welding skills. So this is a great way for us to start supporting that work on the city side. So, and thanks to Arts Memphis for this seed money. We should say that too.
Yes.
All right. Seeing that there are no more questions.
Is anyone here from Arts Memphis?
I don't see anyone here from Arts Memphis. Seeing there's no more questions, I'd like to take a voice vote. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. So the item passes, and this committee has no more business before it. Thank you.
Today's Tuesday, September the 10th. Memphis Light Gas and Water Committee meeting for the Memphis City Council. Ashley, would you please call the roll?
Councilwoman Dr. Easter Thomas. Councilwoman Green. Councilman Ford. Councilwoman Logan.
Present.
Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Councilwoman White. She's present. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Present.
Councilman Dr. Warren. Councilwoman Walker.
Present.
Councilman Smiley. Councilman Canale. And Chair Espinoza.
Present. All right, we've got 4 items on the agenda, and in the interest of time, without objection, I'm going to move item number 4 to the next council meeting in 2 weeks. And I'm going to read off items number 1, 2, and 3, and then we'll have Doug present the fiscal consent agenda, and then we'll just roll into items 2 and 3, just in the interest of time. So without objection, we're going to move forward the reliability update, and then I'm going to read items 1, 2, and 3 for the record. They're all discussions, so we don't need a motion or anything like that. All right. So item number 1, discussion of MLGW fiscal consent agenda for September 10th, 2024, requested by MLGW. Item number 2, discussion about the MLGW billing process, solutions to address delayed billing, and resources available to constituents unable to pay exorbitant bills due to delay, requested by Councilwoman Logan. And then item number 3 is a TVA rate discussion. And we've got requested by Councilwoman Walker. I know Councilwoman wants to speak on it. So that is it for the record. Items 1, 2, and 3. Doug, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and we'll look forward to seeing you next week as you come to do a ride-along with some of our folks down at MLGW.
That was very sweet, President McGowan. And I look forward to it, too. Seriously.
Yes. Yeah. Our team can't wait to get you there. So I'll go to the consent agenda item. Item number 1 is a medium voltage power circuit breaker for $5 million. This is a what we call a strategic alliance contract. It continues the contract. We buy very large high voltage circuit breakers with this. This will buy us 68 circuit breakers, averaging in price between $42,000 and $117,000 each. This is customary for us to restore and improve and replace that outdated infrastructure in our electric distribution system. And so this is a 1-year renewal, so we can continue to get transformers and circuit breakers into our system. Item number 2, if it will page down, is environmental abatement services in the amount of $1,500,000. We have a significant amount of environmental abatement that we have to do as a part of our work. We have transformers which have things called PCBs that occasionally leak out and need to be cleaned up. That's a specialized service. The extension of this contract and the addition of money is to facilitate the completion of the replacement of windows at the Sheehan pumping station. There was a considerable amount of asbestos in those windows. It's also for a remediation of paint. There's a very large crane for anybody who's been in Sheehan that needs to be removed. There was some lead paint on that crane that needs to be abated. And then there's also some additional abatement work in some of our facilities that we have to do. And so this environmental contract will allow us to complete that so we can stay in compliance with environmental regulations. So our next is for Red Hat Enterprise Service License and Support in the amount of $209,000. This support provides software support and maintenance for customer-facing applications. If you've been on our My account, and I request everybody sign up for a My account so you have access online to your bills. Start and stop services, you could do that, request that service online from us. The outage maps, I know many of you look at the outage map. This makes sure that that continues to function. And then CARES, that's our outage management service that our team looks at whenever there's an outage. And so this allows us to continue to keep those operating. It's a continuation contract. The next item is 75,000 volt transformers in the amount of $166,000. This will allow us to buy 12 of those transformers. These are pad-mounted transformers that are a part of our electric distribution system. And this just replenishes our stock that we've used this year to replace transformers as they have failed. The next contract is for steel poles with brighter days and nights. This is a certified MBE, and sorry I failed to mention that for the other contracts. I'll go back and cover that. In the amount of $243,000, we are purchasing steel poles. These are 15 poles that will be installed in the Collierville Street Light Improvement Project, the Street Improvement Project. These are large steel poles that are a part of the design for that infrastructure. The next is for very large cable that we use for underground cabling and underground distribution of electric service in our system. And this buys us approximately 8,000 feet of that 25,000 volt cable that is a part of our system. As you know, replacing that cable is important for us to maintain the reliability of our distribution system. And this is just replenishing our stock for what we've used so far this year. The next is PVC conduit. This is what you run electrical lines in. This is 5-inch PVC for $495,000. This is going to be installed at various places throughout the service area. This buys us 100,000 feet of PVC conduit that we will use as we install electric service throughout the system. The next is video management and hardware maintenance. We have a number of cameras in and around all of our facilities, our substations. We have them at our security locations in and around our facilities. And this allows us to maintain those camera systems at various locations. It's awarded to Convergent Technologies for 1 year in the amount of $350,000. The next contract is for elevator maintenance in the amount of $42,950. Takes us through February. There are 10 elevators that need some regular and recurring maintenance at a number of stations: the administration building, the Sheehan pumping station, Lichterman pumping station, the Beale Street garage, the parking garage we have downtown, at the Netters Business Center. So this is to make sure that our elevators stay in good working order. The next item is fire alarm notification device upgrade. This is an 8-month contract, sole source to Johnson Controls. Johnson Controls runs our fire detection system that we have at the headquarters building. We are not in compliance with fire code right now, so this brings our fire detection system up to code to make sure that we can continue to occupy the space. The next is a 2-year contract for our division copier fleet. This is for 101 copiers, printers, and scanners. Now that sounds like a lot, but we have facilities all over. We have 4 customer service centers around. We have a North Center, South Center, Hickory Hill. We have Brunswick Service Center, as well as a downtown. This provides a turnkey solution for printer, copier, scanners for us to continue doing the operations that we do at Memphis Lake Gas and Water, both administrative and serving our customers. We are asking for same-night minutes on this tonight, only because we tried to negotiate an extension to this contract, but instead, the contractor wanted to do a whole new contract. So it took us a little past our timeline. This expires September 30th of this, so later this month. So that's why we're asking if we can for same night minutes so we can get that contract so we can continue the maintenance. So we apologize for having the late there, but it was a negotiation between us and the contractor. So I believe that completes my consent agenda discussion, subject to your questions.
Thank you, President McGowan. Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Chairman. Just a couple of questions. When you were talking about on the page 5, the abatement, you said something about a crane. What did you say about the crane?
So we have in the Sheehan pumping station, there is a very large overhead crane. When I say very large, it's wider than this room is and as tall as this room, and it rides on 2 gantries on each side. It's used to replace the very large pumps and the motors that we have in there. That crane was painted decades ago, and the paint was peeling off. The paint was clearly lead-based from decades ago, and so in order to capture, encapsulate, and remediate all that paint, it's not a crane like you'd see on the street. It's a very large overhead moving crane. It's silver in color and been there since the pumping station was installed in 1929.
Okay.
So that's what we're doing there, just to make sure that we remediate and capture any of that peeling paint.
Absolutely. The second question, thank you for that. The second question was about the copiers. Did you say,
Yes.
are you all leasing the copiers
We are
now?
leasing the copiers, and it comes with a turnkey maintenance
Yeah.
for the copiers, yes.
So we're done with that lease now? Or
This is a new lease. We tried to just extend the lease, but
Yeah.
when we bid this, they did not want to extend the lease, so we had to bid this out, RFP it. That's why we're a little behind timeline for this.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilwoman. Any other questions, comments before this body? All right, Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Really quickly, what does SOTN stand for?
I knew you were going to ask that question, so
That's one that I hadn't seen before.
yes. I think that's the certification Which
It
one
was
was that?
beside MBE. So
Right.
That's why I asked.
And which one was
I
that?
could tell
Remind
what
me.
LSB is, local small business, but
Right, right.
yeah, that one. And so it was on that one.
Yeah.
This one?
Back
Technologics, Technologic.
Back.
Back, that one.
Yeah, that one.
Back it up. There you go.
SO10.
Yeah, that must be the state of Tennessee certification. So,
Oh, okay.
So we accept certification from the state of Tennessee, from the local MMBC, from the city, that kind of thing. So that's just the source of their certification.
Okay. Any other questions, comments regarding anything in MLGW committee? One. Going once.
Good job, President.
Going twice.
You want to talk?
All right, meeting's adjourned. Thank you.
Oh.
Yeah. All right.
We're back in.
Meeting's.
Okay, real quick. I convene in the spirit of doing this properly. I just banged us out of session. I'm going to get us right back in because you did have questions, or one question about the TVA rate discussion. Councilwoman Logan, I think you wanted to talk to, but maybe I thought you changed your mind. All right, so meeting re-adjourned, or brought back to life. All right, reconvened. Councilwoman Logan, staying in the order of 1, 2, 3.
I have a presentation.
I thought maybe everybody was hungry and wanted to go to lunch.
Yes. He has a presentation. I just wanted to get an update on the billing.
Yes, that's very good. Thank you for asking the question. I do have a quick presentation on that, so I think I have good news. Okay, I think I have good news, and Timothy Davis is here to help me with any details of explanation. But as you know, we had last year some failed meters and registers that were causing us to have delayed bills and some held bills, and we have made significant progress on that. And we can also talk about how we're helping customers. So you'll see here on the presentation that every year we send out about 5.2 million bills. Today, I can tell you that there are just about 5,000 accounts out of the 430,000 accounts that we have that have some kind of a delayed or held bill. And we're trying to keep that down, as you'll see, under 5,000 at any one point in time. So we are nearing normalcy. That in any utility billing, there's always going to be like around 1% or 2% that there's some kind of an exception. An exceptionally high reading, an exceptionally low reading, no reading when you expected it to happen. And so you'll see that we produce 433,000 bills a month. We read about 20,000 meters a day, and we read about 70,000 meters manually every month. And so that's the process that goes to putting together the bill. So we committed some time ago when we told you this, when we had those meters that were failing, the registers that were failing, that we would get it corrected by the end of 2024 because we knew we had a lot of work to do. Well, I'm pleased to report that of those meters that had failed, we have replaced all of the registers, which were the failing component. Remember, we talked about wrigglers and registers. We replaced all of those. 15,900 gas and 12,500 water meters have been repaired. We also ordered sufficient registers and parts so that if another one breaks, we have one to replace it, and we will continue that. We also have staff on hand to help us with those replacements. So the root cause of what was causing this has been addressed and will continue to be addressed. The issue that we were having, if you look at the chart and the kind of the wave chart, was way back last year, we had almost 100,000 delayed bills, and we had almost 40,000 customers who were impacted. Our team did a lot of work to get that number of customers, which is represented by the accounts number, down to a manageable level. This past spring, we had a rise in what we called held bills, and those were bills that were just under review for customers. It didn't mean we had a rise in customers. It was that each customer had more bills building up, and I think that's the heart of what you're talking about, Councilwoman. So
Say that again, the Pell bill?
Held bills, yes. So in other words, the bill wasn't delayed. We had an actual reading, but there was something wrong. So what would happen is if I read your meter one month and it was a bad reading and I said, I need to look at this. The next month might have been accurate. The next month might have been accurate. The next month might have been accurate, but I was holding those while I was trying to review that one bill. Our team went through and fixed that process. And that's what you see over here on the right, is the decline in the number of bills that are outstanding, the decline in the number of customers who are impacted. So what you'll see is today there are 5,727 customers, commercial and residential, that have a bill that has not been issued on time. About 3,000 of those are delayed greater than 30 days. Less than 30 days, I think it's less than. So that means if you're within 30 days, it's not really delayed, it's just within a few weeks' time. Of that number, less than half are residential customers. So we're talking about 1,000 to 1,500 residential customers who are being impacted. Now, we committed to getting this done by the end of 2024. Our challenged our team to get this number down to normal levels by the end of September, and they are well on their way to getting us back to normalcy. You'll see, again, on the prior chart that we're actually at our normal level, but I want to continue to drive that down and to maintain that going forward. So that's where we are. We're on track to maintain that, staying back at a normal level of exceptions. But what I will tell you is that for our customers who have had a delayed bill and then their bills are released, they can see sticker shock because they may not have had a bill for several months. And Councilwoman, this is what we were talking about is, okay, now that that's happened, what do I do? Well, the first step is we ask them to please call us and say, I just received this bill, and what can you tell me? A, is it accurate? And then B, I need some assistance because I can't pay it all at once. I didn't pay for a few months, now I have a large bill. What can you do? So our team will set you up with a range of assistance programs. If the bill was delayed because of us, your bill may show a late fee, it may show a disconnect, but you will not be charged a late fee and you will not be disconnected until you have a chance to talk to us. Timothy's team will set you up on a payment plan so you can, if we delayed your bill for 4 or 5 months, we're not going to make you pay it in 2 months. We're going to give you time to pay it. If you still need some assistance, then we will connect you with one of our providers, either CSA, MIFA. The money that you all provide for utility assistance, the $1 million that is granted to us every year, goes through Neighborhood Christian Center. We'll connect you to them. We can connect you to TVA Community Cares Fund, which is matched with MLGW money. And the United Way of the Mid-South also provides some utility assistance. Our team is well-versed in all of that assistance. There are still several $1 million of utility assistance available through these various means. And just 2 weeks ago, we partnered with CSA and all the other providers to connect customers with utility assistance. And we had overwhelming support. We actually ran, I think CSA actually used all of their money, and we have people signed up for the next allocation. So I think we're in pretty good shape there. So hopefully that gives you some information that's helpful.
Well, I have some questions.
Sure, yeah. Go ahead.
So I heard you say that you had a whole like thousands, now you're down to like 5,000.
Yes.
And are you saying that the 5,000 is the ongoing manageable number that you're looking for, that you expect?
Right. That number that's at 5,700 right now, we'd like to be under that 5,000, but that's where we're trending towards by the end of September. And you can see we're trying to get under 5,000 at any one point for our delayed bills, and we're trying to eliminate the held accounts altogether.
Right. I'm trying to understand why you have to hold the bills anyway. Like, I do know you said that there was some occasion when you read somebody's bill and you figure this not right. So then you hold that bill.
That's exactly
But then
right.
you hold the rest of the bills. That's correct.
The part we're fixing. That's the part we
Just
should not
hold
be
that
doing.
one bill.
Hold one bill
the rest
and
of
move
them.
on.
Okay.
And the other thing that we did, Councilwoman, is because our system wouldn't let us, and our team is working hard on that, if your water bill was the thing that was in question, we held the whole thing. Instead of just saying, well, I'm going to send you the rest of the bill and not the water bill, we'll figure that out later. Or Timothy's team and our IT team figured out how to say, well, I'm either going to estimate that based on what you typically used, or I'm going to give you the flat fee for water connection and move on. So that was part of the root cause. And I will tell you, it's taken a while and a lot of hard work because our IT team wants to make sure this billing system, I think I've told you before, 1,000 things have to go right and one thing goes wrong. And when you're programming that code, you don't want something else to pop up that causes something else to happen in a bill. So you're absolutely right. We don't want to hold the bill. If there's something wrong, let's get the rest of the bill to the customer so they could pay it, and we'll figure that thing out later. So that's where we are today, is we're on that track, and that's why we're down. If we have a few thousand every month out of 430,000, our team can handle that. That's what they're used to doing, looking through those exceptions, going, that's okay, that's okay, that's okay. Somebody research that so that we can, and that's how we've done it over history. So we're in pretty good shape right now to be on track by the end of the month. But as I said, I committed to do that by the end of the year. So I'm giving myself a little buffer to make sure I stay there.
Okay, last thing, you said they'll still get a cutoff notice, but they're not gonna get cut off.
That's correct.
Well, I have, a couple of senior members call, stop me at, an event, and they don't understand that you got that cutoff notice, but don't worry about it. That's not
Right.
gonna,
And that's why I'll say this. Again, I've tried to say this in our communication to our customers. I'll say it to you. If your bill was delayed because of something we did, we're trying to make our billing system stop that from printing that cutoff notice. But again, we're trying also not to cause any other harm in the bill. All I can tell you is the first step, please call us. And if we delayed it, we're not going to cut you off. And we will give you time to pay that bill, and we will refer you for assistance. And so far, we have been very successful. I realize it's stressful for people when they see that. That's why we're trying to fix that particular issue. So we don't, I will tell you, a lot of this goes back to the fact our customer information system is 25 years old, and we are in the market for a new customer information system that can handle all of this. Some of this wasn't forecast back in the day and 25 years ago.
when you say customer information system, you're talking about
That's the
customer service or the actual software?
That's the software system that collects all the information and bills it out.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're gonna have them give you a call, but by the end of the year, this 5,000, we won't see that either moving forward.
It should be down in the several thousand number. Timothy, 3,000 to 4,000 is typically what we see every month. But what you shouldn't see is a lot of multiple held bills,
That's
people
what I'm
with
talking
4 or
about.
5 bills. Your bill may be held 30 days while we review it, but then we get it to you quickly. That's where we want to
And
be.
there's no penalty, no extra charges, no anything
We
else?
have, I wouldn't say refunded, we have eliminated many late fees that were on there, just the customer doesn't have to pay that, so we wipe it clean when they call us.
Is there a particular number in a department for this held bill thing?
If they call this number and say, I had a delayed and held bill, and now I've received it, they will refer you to the exact person who can help you.
Okay, all right, thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilwoman Logan. Councilwoman Walker, and then we've got Councilwoman Sutton.
Absolutely.
Councilwoman Walker, the floor is yours.
Are you commenting on the billing or the TV? Okay. Thank you. So I did have a comment on the billing first. Thank you all for this. I know this has been a process dealing with this from the multiple angles. And moving forward, if we're ever faced with a situation like this, for similar reasons as this, can we just go on and hire some physical human being meter readers to bridge the gap until this gets situated? Because I, along with many, not all, but feel that this could have been an effective and immediate way to address this by hiring some more meter readers, even if they had not been permanent. So I think I've made my point. Okay. So with the TVA rate hike, I had a few quick questions here.
I have a quick presentation.
Can I ask my questions first before the presentation, because we're pushed for time?
Yep.
Okay. So the rate hike is going to be effective for them October 1st?
Correct.
Okay.
October revenue month, whenever they happen to get their bill in October, yes.
Okay, so yeah, that was going to be my next question. So whenever they get the next bill, it will be reflective on the first bill after October 1st?
It goes into effect in October, billed on, Rod. So is that, they get their bill in November for October revenue month? Okay, so yes, your billing cycle in October, when you get your bill, it will be reflected
It
on
will
that.
be reflected. Okay, moving on. Will you all, or have you all shared any messaging with the MLGW customers to let them know about this increase and when it will be reflected?
Did we send that in the last bill or something? I'll have to check and see if we sent it in the last bill, but we are communicating now, so, okay. So
That would be great.
Okay,
That would be great.
We'll make sure we include something there. we know that it goes into effect this time, and it's about a 3.2% increase compared to on our customers.
So what is the average monthly bill for MLGW customers?
The average consumption is 1,161 kilowatt hours, and so the average, based on this cost increase, that would be $4.35 per month. Now, the averages, remember, there's some very large houses, and so many of the smaller houses in our community, under the 3 bedrooms and under, are about 1,000 kilowatt hours. So I've provided that as well. That's about $3.76 per month.
So I can follow up with you on the average bill?
That's the average increase to the bill. The average electric bill will be increased.
So the press release said $138 based on 5.25% would be $4 a month. So I was just trying to make that analogous to MLGW customers who may not be, where it may not be an average of 138, it could be more or less.
So this is, the numbers I have on the slide are we've taken their increase and we've applied it to our MLGW customers. So the customer who uses the average amount of electricity should see $4.35 a month. Customers who live in a smaller residential home should see about $3.76 per month. So that we took the TVA rate and applied it to our MLGW customers.
Okay, thank you for this. And once again, you all will follow up and get that messaging out there to the customers so they can be prepared, because this is like 4 in a row. I'm gonna call it 4 in a row. So the previous council, they went up on the MLGW rates at the end of the year. We just had a tax increase. We just had a solid waste increase. And now we have this increase. So I think that the least we can do is just let the customers know to be prepared as we enter into the holiday season. Thank you, and I yield the floor.
Thank you, Councilwoman, and thank you, Councilwoman Logan and Councilwoman Walker, for bringing up these items. These are items I had a neighborhood meeting 2 weeks ago and had about a handful of questions about MLGW. It's an everyday thing for us, so thank you for bringing this to our attention today. Thank you all for being prepared, being here, having the answers, and thanks to TVA for being here too. Councilwoman Sutton, I believe, has the last, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, I believe, is the last person in the queue. The floor is yours, Councilwoman.
Just go ahead and ask this question before you proceed, and then I want to give Tim.
Mike, please.
Okay. I'm sorry. If I tell you what I'm on, okay. What was I saying? Oh, Tim, thank you for getting that drive-through open for our elderly and disabled seniors in Whitehaven. First, I'd like to commend you on that, making sure that it's operational for them. The second thing is a TVA question, and I wasn't on council, but I remember I've been living here for 29 years, and there's a question that I researched that TVA committed to 0 rate increase for 10 years. Do anybody remember that?
I'm going to defer any questions about TVA-specific questions to the representative of TVA, should they be present.
Do anyone remember that? Could you all find out for me, or what do we need to do to find out?
Well, I mean, I'll look into that.
Yeah, because they were negotiating 20 years ago.
That was if we took their.
Yeah, so there was a deal.
If we took their 20-year contract, right?
Never-ending contract.
In December of 2022, the MLGW board rejected a 20-year agreement from TVA. They said it was too long of an agreement. So correct me if I'm wrong, Doug, President McGowan, but I think it's a 5-year agreement we now have in place, correct?
Yes,
I think it was part of that.
We have a 5-year agreement.
Yeah, 5-year agreement. So that doesn't exist.
Okay, so let me have y'all given any pushback, because we got a 5.2% proposed. Last year was what, 4? Did we do something last year? Are y'all giving them any pushback? Are y'all giving them any type of pushback for our customers? We just did, as Councilwoman Walker just said, tax, solid waste, we just did an increase. Are y'all giving them any pushback?
Sure, I would suggest that we have robust dialogue we are a part of a number of organizations, the TVPPA, which is the Tennessee Public Power Association, which is representative of all 153 local power companies, and we're a member of the Big 8, and so we always make recommendations about what we're advocating for our customers. Those advocates, that advocation comes in the form of, asking for as much as we can possibly get with respect to rates, but also making sure that we have the power that we need at an affordable price so that everybody has the power that they need. So at the end of the day, we all do have input. I can't say that that we have necessarily a vote on that because board members are the ones that vote on the rate increase. But we certainly have conveyed our message to them that we are trying to keep rates as affordable as possible, and I think they share that view. In fact, I know they share. Yeah. Well, I'll let them comment on that. But.
All right. We're gonna come out of this some kind of way, Lord. Okay, you're the floor.
Thank you, Councilwoman. All right, any other items? No more items? Thank you. This meeting's adjourned.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the September 10th meeting of Planning and Zoning. Mr. Golden, would you please call the roll?
Councilwoman Green. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Councilwoman Walker. Present. Councilman Warren.
Present.
Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Present. Councilman Spinoza. Here. Chair Canale.
Here. Chair observes a quorum. Colleagues, we have 7 items on the agenda today. Some housekeeping items. First, item number 1 will be held for not quite 30 days, but will be held to the October 1st committee meeting. Item number 1, PD 24-04, 2899 Lamar. Item number 2, PD 24-09, 3419 American Way, the requests for a plan development to allow a racetrack travel center. This is in District 3, Super District 8. Can I get a motion and a second?
Move it. Second.
Moved by Swearingen Washington, seconded by Warren. Mr. Ragsdale.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Brett Ragsdale with DPD. So as you mentioned, this is PD 2429 at 3419 American Way and a plan development to allow racetrack travel center. So to the left, you can see the location map. It's just to the south of I-240 and at the corner of American Way and Lamar. And to the right, you can see the vicinity map showing where the notices were sent. On the next map, the zoning map. So the surrounding zoning is CMU3 and CMU1. There is residential just to the east of the property as well. And then the uses are commercial with the residential to the east. Here are some photos. It's currently a hotel, was a hotel that's been vacant for some time. So that is currently on the property. And here's some additional photos of that. It's a garden inn and suites. Here's the site plan for the proposed racetrack travel center. As you can see, there is the proposed building that is along Lamar Avenue with fuel pumps for automobiles, and then you can see the fueling station for the tractor trailers to the southeast. This is a landscape plan showing some more of the definition. I will note to the northeast, you can see the buffer that is between the existing buffer between the residential and this property that will remain. And the property that there's a little piece that goes to the east here along American Way, and that is not going to be developed, and the conditions do not allow that to be developed in the future either. So that will remain undeveloped as part of this property. One second, I'm having a little technical difficulty here. Let's try this. Okay. Well. Oh, there it is. There we go. Jonathan's always got it. Thank you, sir. So again, the landscape plan, here are some elevations of the proposed building, and showing one of the things that we did work with the applicant on is transparency along those street frontages. So you can see some of those, the windows that are along those street frontages, transparency. It is considered consistent with the Memphis 3.0 comprehensive plan. And in conclusion, we feel it's compatible with the surrounding land uses, and that it does abut the single-family residential. However, there is that piece of property that will not be developed as part of this property, and it also has that existing buffer. So we are recommending approval. The Land Control Board also recommended approval, unanimous. There are 2 small changes that I wanted to mention. I mentioned the transparency that we work with the applicant on. They were working to get to the minimums we were requiring. However, they worked and they are requesting a slight change of 5% on the front elevation, but then increasing the side elevations, and we're okay with that change. And so those are the 2 that are noted here. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Councilwoman Swearingen from Washington.
Thank you, Chair. The property that's there now looks absolutely ridiculous. You see the police there all the time. It is such an eyesore. I just welcome a new development. I'm excited to know that you all are providing 24-hour security, that you're keeping it clean. And I've actually patronized the racetrack in Little Rock. It's a beautiful establishment, always well kept, well stocked. And I say, hey, thank you. I yield.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Warren.
You know, we have the program in Memphis now where we're having businesses and residences sign their cameras up into our police network. And I'm hoping that you guys are planning on doing that and are aware of it, but it's definitely needed. And as long as you're going to do it, I don't think I need any sort of amendment or additions. But be aware that I'm seeing a lot of shaking heads. Does that sound right? Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Walker.
Yes. Can you go back to the original map? That one. So does this reflect the upcoming renovation of Lamar Avenue? Is that reflected in that?
I would have to look at the conditions from the engineer, but yes, it would include whatever, if there was any right-of-way dedication. So I don't have those with me right here, but I could look at that.
Okay, thank you. I yield the floor.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Thank you, Chair. As I'm looking at this, is this hotels, is it still operational? Is it still in business? Okay. And I think I was told there has been a public meeting with the constituents in that community, in that area.
Yes, there was a public meeting. I can find the date.
I see
yes,
it. I see there were 56 notices sent out and only 7 of the neighborhood came out. Okay. And so you're budgeting over 900,000 to build this facility?
No, ma'am. Dedrick Brittenham, my address is 3385 Airways Boulevard.
Security.
Suite 229. It's the $900,000 annually is for the security budget.
900?
Yes, ma'am. And we will discuss that a little further.
Okay,
Thank
I would like to discuss it because I want to know what you all gonna do that we probably need to institute around everywhere here in Memphis.
Yes, ma'am.
If you're gonna do it like that. So there was another question, but I don't know if this is the appropriate place to ask it for. I thought about it as far as this project being billed and having some of our developers included in this, minority developers. Have you all discussed that?
Yes, ma'am, we have, and we'll discuss it briefly in our presentation.
That's what I wanted. That's what I want to know. That percentage of how here in Memphis.
Well, yes, ma'am. Now we don't have percentages. We have a track record, though.
Okay, I'll listen to the presentation and see where you are, and then we can talk further about it. Because we would like to share the wealth here in Memphis.
Believe me, I understand.
I yield the floor.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Anybody else, colleagues? All those in favor of sending this downstairs in 2 weeks with a positive recommendation signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? I'm also an aye. That item passes. Thank you, Mr. Brittenham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Brittenham, Councilwoman has a question for you before you leave your chair.
Yes, sir.
Will this be the only location? Are they looking to add some more? We have some more property on Lamar in District 4.
As I understand it, Racetrack is always on the lookout for potential sites. Yes, ma'am. So, why don't you come up and make a statement to the council?
It is telephone number.
resources to talk. My name is Brandon Allred, Senior Real Estate Representative for Racetrack. To answer your question, Councilwoman, we're always looking for great sites. There's a number of data points that we look at pretty thoroughly to determine whether or not a site is viable. I can speak for our department that Memphis is a target market, not just for one store, but for multiple.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Walker.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Brittenham, can you speak to some of the features that will make this special and unique? And it is definitely needed. And I just want to underscore what Councilwoman Swearingen Washington said about the area. There are just some unmentionable things that take place in that immediate area and around that property. And so it would just be a great asset and complement to that area and just inspiring people who don't get to see new development. I think it would also address that as well. And I'll let you go ahead.
Thank you, Councilwoman. I would like to ask you to turn to the sustainability slide, which
Mr. Brittenham, if you can make this quick, we've already voted on this item, and everybody's got the color handout. So if you just go through very quickly, please.
Yes, sir. This is the safety first slide, please. The next one. Name and address.
Absolutely. Hey, everyone. Kelly Harrington, Director of Asset Protection for Racetrack. Thanks for having us this morning. From a safety perspective, you heard it right. We do intend to spend $900,000 annually on security measures. That includes 24/7 armed security, preferably Memphis police officers working off duty for us. If we can't staff that around the clock, we will backfill that with contract security as well, but our preference is to use Memphis police. We also plan to deploy a host of technology from Fusus law enforcement integration, which Councilman Warren asked about earlier. We have integrated that successfully in over 40 Racetrack stores, and we look forward to adding this Memphis store to Fusus network and with Memphis Police Department. 37 surveillance cameras on the interior and exterior of the building combined, 2 parking lot towers, and license plate recognition on all driveways. So all of those things are the intended technology measures that we plan to implement for security. In addition to that, advanced training on de-escalation, signage, clear sight lines, et cetera.
Okay, thank you for that. And thank you for saying preferred off-duty Memphis police on site, because that was the question that I had at the neighborhood meeting. That's not real. That's not something that you can guarantee. So I appreciate you for saying preferred. And if you want to edit this presentation and put preferred in there, so to be accurate.
Yes, ma'am, we'll do that. Thank you.
The sustainability?
The main point in sustainability we'd like to make is I have additional handouts, please, regarding the EV charging stations. This particular racetrack location will have 4 EV charging stations. As you will see on the map that I just passed out, the X marks the spot of this location, and the nearest EV charging stations are in red. So this will be a prime location for EV charging stations in this particular area. Thank you.
Thank you. I yield the floor.
Thank you, Councilman. Thank you, Mr. Brittenham. Thank you for the reps from Racetrack. Colleagues, moving on. Item number 3, SCP 24-17, 4615 Quince Road. The request is for a special use permit to allow a drive-through restaurant. District 5, Super District 9. Can I get a motion in a second? Second. Moved by Warren, seconded by Swearingen Washington. DPD, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. This is Masano Stadnia with DPD. This is case number SUP 2024-017. The applicant is Kenshin and the representative is David Baker. This area is located within District 5 and Super District 9. The request is a special use permit to allow a drive-through restaurant. You can see the location map and also the vicinity map in here. Moving. Here you can see the zoning map. It is located within CMU 1 district. And also we have the land use map, which is a mixture of commercial and also single family use. Here are a few, it's a little bit slow. Thinking. So here are a few pictures of the site. This site has been built in 1980s, and it has been a drive-through bank, which was for Regions Bank, and it's currently vacant. Here are a few other pictures of the area. And this property has been it has been governed by the Cape Cod Shopping Center General Plan, and the permitted uses are those that are in the CMU 2 district. And here is the site plan. And also you can see the plot plan here. The Memphis 3.0 thinks that this use is consistent with the future land use. And as conclusion, as I mentioned a bit earlier about this property, I would like to add something else on that, the applicant has proposed a variance to get a relief from paragraph 4.5.6b2, which was queuing spaces impeding traffic movements, and also 4.6.8A2 requiring landscaping plantings along the entire length of the drive-through lane, which was both got rejected from DPD and also the Board of Adjustment on July 24th of 2024. So as a conclusion, we are requesting approval. The Land Use Control Board actually requested, they agreed on approving this with conditions, and we have recommended 2 conditions. First, the 2 parking islands on the site shall be converted to landscape islands with trees. And if this case has been approved by City Council, the applicant requires to file a final plat that includes landscaping, the building elevations, and any approved conditions of the City Council. That concludes my presentation. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for that presentation. What's the brand?
Good afternoon. I'm David Baker with Fisher Arnold. The brand is American Deli.
Okay. Got American Deli. Anybody have any questions? No questions. Okay. All those in favor, Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Thank you, Chair. Are you representing the restaurant?
Yes, ma'am, sure.
Okay. Just a note, that is very, very close by 3 district schools. And a lot of times you do have students that love to skip, jump, and play over there in that whole area. So my request is just having some sort of plan or just communication or outreach with the middle, elementary, and high school that is over there, because kids and adults, but those kids definitely love American Deli. And so I can just see them over there all day long, skipping from school. The McDonald's that's across the street has done a very good job at sending them back the other way. The Superlow that's right there, not so much. But I'm just as a request for you all to do that, because it doesn't need to become another hangout spot for folks that should be at school. So that's all.
Thank you, Councilwoman. All right, colleagues, if you do come up with any questions, this item will be heard in 2 weeks in full council. All those in favor of sending it with a positive recommendation signify by saying aye.
Aye.
I'm also an aye. Any opposed? That item passes. We'll see you in 2 weeks. Thank you, sir. Item number, Mr. Ragsdale, Mr. Zena, 4 and 7, since they're the same case, do you have a preference? I want to hear them back to back, but any preference on which one's heard first?
Brett Ragsdale, DPD. I think we can hear the SUP 2419 first.
Okay.
But we do have 2 separate presentations, but we can work to combine.
No, I'm going to call them. I'm not going to call them together separately, but I want to hear them back to back. Yes. Item 4, SUP 24-193230 Commercial Parkway. The requests for a special use permit to allow a convenience store with gas pumps. This is District 3, Super District 8. Councilwoman Walker wanted me to note that this is close to Brooks and Elvis Presley Boulevard. Can I get a motion in a second?
Second.
Moved by Warren, seconded by Walker. DPD, floor is yours.
I'm Alexis Longstreet with the DPD, presenting on case SUP 2024-019. As Chairman mentioned, this is located at 3230 Commercial Parkway. This is a special use permit to allow a convenience store with gas pumps. This is located in the Whitehaven neighborhood. About 28 notices were mailed out on May 13th of 2024. This property is split zone CMU1 and R15, residential single family 15. The corresponding case, which is the zoning case that you all will hear immediately after this presentation, will pertain to the R15 zone portion of the lot. The land use designation for this property is designated for parking based on the land use map. The portion of the lot is currently vacant, but the entire parcel also houses a warehouse that encompasses the majority of the parcel itself. Here's a site plan. They are proposing, yet again, a convenience store with gas pumps. The proposed convenience store is 2 stories. It will house the convenience store itself, and then I believe open space at the top. And here's a rendering of a elevation that was proposed as well. And based on the rendering, it looks like this may be a Shell gas station. This case was deemed inconsistent by Memphis Comprehensive Planning based off of the land use and proposed use of the land itself, as is designated as low-intensity commercial, and gas stations are not permitted within that classification. A few conclusions for this case. It is, as I mentioned earlier, it is split zone. There was a relative case back in May 2019 for a variance that was granted to allow the established warehouse to continue operations at the same location as the proposed convenience store. In May 2019, there was also a special use permit that was recommended by rejection by the Land Use Control Board to allow a convenience store with gas sales at an intersection of an arterial and local street. It was then withdrawn by the applicant. I will also add that this application did fail at LUCB 8-1. The proposed use is not in keeping with the land use designation, as well as the existing warehouse does encompass a substantial portion of the parcel, and as well as our Office of Sustainability and Resilience also deemed this proposal inconsistent with the Mid-South Regional Resilience Master Plan, as it does not encourage development within sensitive drainage areas. There were a few conditions, however, if this case was to be approved, regarding canopy lighting, as well as the location of gas pumps. The transparency percentage shall be provided for both the Commercial Parkway and Elvis Presley building elevations, some landscaping and detailed renderings, as well as conditioning that minimum of those 3 level 3 fast charging stations to be installed as well. And as I mentioned earlier, this case also failed at Land Use Control Board. I know, yeah. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you for that presentation.
Yeah, that was a mistake in the presentation.
Councilman Ford Sr.
Yes, sir. Please, thank you. Something about that. I don't even know why y'all brought this up, okay? Let me tell you about Brooks and Elvis Presley. Most dangerous intersection that it is, okay? That's why you mentioned just a minute ago, somebody else brought this trying to do the same thing. It was denied. They dropped it. We need to do the same thing. don't kill me because my business is right down the street and I don't want to have to cross it and God dog it, y'all put it up and hell, I get hit by one of these folks trying to come out of this two-story doggone thing that there's not in the room. That's why we didn't pass it before, okay? If you go down in Whitehaven right now, a sign is tore up because, hell, accident. I won't fix my sign if you want to do something. If you want to bring something on that corner, bring me a Waffle House. Bring me an eating place down there on that particular corner that won't have all this doggone traffic. Y'all know it's too little. You know, it's a shame you come in black folk neighborhood. Now I'm turning black again today. Somebody asked me what color the other day, what color was I gonna be Tuesday? I'm turning black again today. Don't bring me some bull and just figure you can put it there. Go back into history and records, pull where's Manning, all them engineers. See how many accidents are right there on that corner every day. Not because if there's a red light there and there's a full way. I'm talking about people coming up from the interstates and everything else, trying to make different kind of turns. Very dangerous. That was Drone's Business College. Y'all know it's too small because the other building is not part of it, okay? It's just that little front small. Then you got Commercial Parkway. It's a split intersection there. Nothing but bad traffic. People have accidents all day. I don't want nobody to get hurt. Safety is more important than anything to me. And go back into history, and I think you know about the history. Elvis Presley and Brooks Road. One of our fine police officers got killed at that intersection. But y'all want to bring something that's going to give more traffic and more harm to the people that drive there every day. In a black area. Black area. Quit putting stuff in black areas that's not good for our areas. Bring us something else worthwhile. Like I said, give me a Waffle House. It's not going to have no traffic, okay? Bring me one of these other places for my people. Very nice. Whitehaven, very nice area. Please just don't put anything there. We're trying to get rid of nuisance. But I'm just bringing that up. I say, y'all brought it before. People do not want that. First of all, like I said, it's too small. And I like you, but you need to go pick some better spots, brother. Because, hey, you've been here over and over and over and over, and every time you come here, you putting it in a bad spot, okay? These people just came here. I can deal with this one, where it is. But everywhere y'all want to put something, that's insulting my people. And I don't want nobody to insult my people. I'm going to be quiet, but now y'all can vote whichever way you want, but quit insulting my people out here now.
Thank you, Councilman. Mr. Bray, would you like to speak?
Yeah, I'm Aaron K. Robinson, the assistant consultant on this project. Address is 254 Court Avenue, Suite 100, Memphis, Tennessee 31103. A couple of things to note. Number one, there will not be drive access off of Elvis Presley. You actually have to turn onto Commercial Parkway and then you can enter the gas station. Secondly, that corner, Elvis Presley and Brooks, needs an upgrade. And so as a person who pays a heck of a lot of taxes here, and not just in Memphis, but in Shelby County, it's going to take a substantial amount of capital to rehab that corner and upgrade it. From my understanding, the city can only go so far in terms of the drainage ditch that is right there. Outside of that, the building itself, it needs to be upgraded. A facade needs to be done. And so we don't want to piss off the developers that are willing to inject capital into black and brown neighborhoods, as you had stated, Councilman Ford. So if you guys have any questions, we are ready to answer.
All right, we're going to go in order. Councilman Easter Thomas, then Walker, then Cooper Sutton, then we'll go back to Ford Sr. Easter Thomas, you recognize.
My question was answered, Chair. I looked in the documents. I was trying to see, was it by that corner where the tourism building and the other gas station was across the street? So,
Across the street.
yeah.
Okay, Councilman Walker.
I'll wait till Mr. Bray makes his comments. I may have something for him as well.
Cooper Sutton.
Thank you, Chair. On Elvis Presley, I'm counting now, and I looked it up. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 gas stations already exist there. And I concur totally with Councilman Ford. We have enough gas stations. I mean, this is beautiful, but this is not the spot where it needs to go. And I guess this year is the year of gas stations, gas stations, gas stations, gas stations, with the 3.0 approving all this, commercial and zoning and residential and single housing. And now the community is suffering from a lot of different perspective. Quote from Councilman Canali, he's not here right now, Chase. He talked about when you put these pumps. Carlisle, y'all look alike. Carlisle.
Leave it be.
I am your friend. I'm sorry, friend. Sorry. Chase, Councilman Chase, he talked about the repercussions and what happens after you put these gas pumps in the ground. And he talked about that at the last council meeting. And so we really need to think about it. I mean, this project is beautiful, but it's not for this corner. Maybe somewhere else, but not for this corner. And we have enough there. And every time I get across that red light, I'm that far from being in an accident. Every single time. No, it isn't. It isn't. It has nothing to do. But I'm worried about the constituents and those that are there that's going to be coming in and out, because anything can possibly happen. So the driveway, the in-way, I know, I've seen it. I've been there. I've already been on the property. I know exactly what it looks like. I know the entrance and what it looks like and how to go in and how to go out. I know all of that. But my vote is going to be no.
Thank you for letting us know.
And just letting you know, it's just no, and I concur with you.
Councilman Ford Sr., then I'm going to come back to you, Councilwoman Walker.
Okay.
Please be mindful, colleagues. We got 3 more cases and we have 30 minutes.
I'm going to be very brief. What was the vote? Give me the vote.
It was 8-1. It failed.
It failed, didn't it? Real bad, didn't it? Okay? Real bad. Last time it failed. Real bad. Because you know what? You just made a statement. You don't care about people. You
Don't
just
put
made a
words in my
statement.
mouth. I did not say that.
I'm talking.
Hold on. What we're not going to do is you're
Okay.
not going to speak out of turn. You were not recognized, okay? We're not going to do. No,
That's
you're
not
not
our
recognized.
problem.
He has the floor.
The only problem y'all have is trying to make some money. I'm talking about people's lives. That corner where commercial is almost just doggone close to Elvis Presley and Brooks Road. There's not a distance in there, okay? Accident started Commercial Parkway, Brooks Road, Elvis Presley. All of that's part of it. You come talking about conditions and what nobody. Hey, yeah, I'm working on it there. Just bring me a Waffle House. Bring me a Hull House. Bring me an eating place that, hey, won't have all that traffic where they can come from Commercial Parkway. But nothing should be there because, hey, I'm trying to protect lives. I'm in the funeral business. I don't want to bury these people. Understand that? I don't want to bury them. I hate to god dog it come from somewhere in hell. That's all I'm seeing before I get to my place of business is accidents and people getting covered the hell up. That's not a good thing. I'm very serious. You know, people make all these different statements, but hey, some money is not good money. And y'all can vote the way you want, but shucks, you know, nobody wants that right there. We got enough. Then that's why we got one service station, then we got the visitor center right across. We don't need no other coming to mess up that particular area. Then if you look at the building, you got too much you're trying to put in a little bit of space. That's why you end up trying to get some 2 stories, because there ain't enough room for 1 story. We'll build it on up. They ain't got nothing to say about it. You know, don't fool us. Please quit fooling us. And like I said, I don't want nobody, when it comes to safety, say it's not my business. We don't care like. And that's the statement that was just said. When somebody says something like that, hey, all of us on this council need to realize that's automatic no for nobody, you know? Yeah. You know, give y'all a good typical example. My business, I have people come in and say, hey, why don't you do this? I said, well, let me talk to my wife. Say, do you have to talk to your wife? Hell, I don't want it. Because if I can't talk to my wife, God dog, you know, you up no damn good, okay? Because my wife is part, okay? And this is just what they do, okay? That's why I said from one place to the other and all of them bad areas, please quit coming. Please quit coming to my area. Lord have mercy, Jesus. You know, don't care about people.
Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Councilwoman Walker, and then I'm going to go back to the applicant, and then we're going to vote on this item. All right, go ahead.
David Bray with the Bray Firm, 2950 Stage Plaza North. Yes, this has been in front of you guys before, and this is a very different application than what was in front of you before, precisely for some of those concerns. We took out the drive access to Elvis Presley. When we started this process again, and my applicants are here, and I think they would also like to speak, if that's okay, with the board. One of the things that we were asked was to bring something different, bring something nice. That's why it's a 2-story. It's not a 2-story because we couldn't fit what was on there. We're trying to create something that would be attractive in the area. We've mentioned the other gas stations in the area. None of those gas stations have EV charging stations. You have the folks coming in town to visit Graceland. This is the gateway in and out of that area. We're adding EV charging stations to that area. We've added a restaurant to give a place for those folks to go to. That's what the second story will be. This building will have an elevator, so that's all accessible. And if you go back to the site plan, you can see we've added outdoor dining and a seating area to get around to where that sign is and try to create this as a more walkable area. Yes, it's a rough intersection today when you go to the north at Elvis Presley and Brooks. We're trying to do something that would complement that area and help the area, and that's the application that we've brought forward to you. Take a look at this. There are renderings, either the copies here or the copies of the staff report. There's not a gas station on Elvis Presley that will come close to looking like this. This is an attractive one that you would be happy to go to. And for folks coming in to visit, they generally need gas on the way in or the way out, and that's what we're trying to capture.
Thank you, Mr. Bray. Councilman Walker.
Applicant.
Hold on 1 second.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you all both for your presentations. Can you go back to the page with the recommendations? Were these recommendations in place previously when the other same or other applicants were denied? Were these recommendations in place?
Not that I recall. These are recommendations that were pulled off of the analysis of this specific proposal itself. So when it came to the site and architectural, landscape and layout, all of those recommendations were made based off of what we saw that was proposed here recently.
Okay, and then the previous times it was denied, there were no recommendations because it just was not doable, period? You're saying that it is possible per the recommendations?
It's possible that there were recommendations, but it was withdrawn before it ever got to, I believe, all the way through by the applicant. So I'm sure that there were recommendations. The extent of those recommendations, I'll have to pull those up.
Okay, so the larger thing here is, and we're not addressing this today or talking about this, but in certain parts of the city, for the most part, we can only get these convenience store, gas stations, and fast food places. I walked this property earlier this year. The original rendering was parallel to the street, and I was not impressed. It was yet just another gas station. But upon me giving them some feedback and they spoke with others, this is what they came back with, and this is what we want. We want people coming in our neighborhoods, listening to the ideas, the opinions, the wants, and the needs of the people. I mentioned the EV chargers. We've been doing that all year with everyone with projects like this. I mentioned the solar. I mentioned an eatery. The original location, the original design did not have an eatery, and they creatively and strategically came back with this. Can you show the rendering? Came back with this, and now it's perpendicular to the street. An eatery on the second floor. I spoke to them about minority and women participation. The lower end of the first floor, that's gonna be a rooftop with a green project on it. And so whether this gets approved or not, I want to applaud you all for listening to us and making this adjustment, because you all didn't have to do all this. And then the patio on the outside near the street, the constituents' safety is very important. It's very important. And so you have to weigh that out, not to say that this is going to cause some accidents and some deaths, but I spoke to traffic. Do we want to commission a traffic study? I don't have anything in writing, but I spoke with traffic, and they said they thought it would be okay since there wasn't going to be a front drive here on Elvis Presley. And for my district, for Memphis, like I said, it's always a gas station and a fast food place. This is quite exceptional, and this is why I am supporting this. This is why I would love for my colleagues to support this, because this is the gateway to Whitehaven. This is one of the first places that they come to. Let me change that. This route is the #1 route that people and tourists take when they're coming into Whitehaven. And it's not just about this corner. I would like for all of the corners to be more aesthetically pleasing and have something positive going on. The visitor center across the street, it needs some upgrades. The other gas station, they're on my list. There are some things that they could do with, at least with curb appeal. And there is nothing like this in the area. And so I support this, and I've shared why, and they're taking sustainability and other things into consideration. That's why there's going to be some green space on the east end of the roof. And with that, I yield the floor. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Colleagues, we've spent enough time on this item. I want to move ahead with the vote. Since there are mixed feelings on this, I'm going to recommend that we send it down without recommendation. This will be heard in full council in 2 weeks. Owner and the owner's rep will have plenty of time to speak at that point. So all those in favor of sending this item downstairs in 2 weeks with no recommendation signify by saying aye. Aye. I'm also an aye. Any opposed? Yes, sir. Please make it brief.
I'm going to make it real brief. Make it simple and easy. 3 here, 6 here. Hey, your accident's on 3. Leave 6 alone. That's all I got to say. Thank you.
All right, colleagues, moving on. Thank you. Item number 7, Z24-06. This is the same address, 3230 Commercial Parkway. The request is rezoning plus or minus 265 square feet from residential single family R15 to commercial mixed use CMU1 located at 3230 Commercial Parkway, District 3, Super District 8, DPD. Oh, I need a motion and a second on item 7. Moved by Swearinger Washington. Can I get a second? Seconded by Spinoza. DPD, floor is yours.
I'm Alexis Longstreet with the DPD. This is going to be very, very brief. Same property, same location, 3230 Commercial Parkway, rezoning from residential single family 15 to commercial mixed use 1. The northern portion of the lot, oh, sorry, having technical difficulties. Okay, here we are. It is going to be the northern portion here, well, I'll say the northwestern portion, 2,265 square feet. It's just generally in this location here. Planning did perceive this to be consistent with making it and bringing it and keeping to be also consistent with the overall future land use designation for this being low intensity commercial and services. This did pass at the Land Use Control Board meeting, and this was recommended approval by staff. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you for your presentation. Any questions, colleagues? This is a rezoning.
Yes, this is the same
Yes.
as the property.
Mr. Bray, you're recognized.
Thank you. David Bray, 2950 Stage Plaza North. Yeah, this is, as you guys are all aware, the interstates are all zoned RS15. This was a mistake in the zoning. Regardless of case number 4 and how it moves forward, you've got a portion of this property that's commercial and has a residential zoning over it. It was discovered as a part of this process when we were going through that line actually bisects the property, and that's what we're trying to clean up here.
Yeah, I mean, colleagues, in all fairness, I doubt that anything residential is going to be built on this piece of property. So this is just rezoning it to, yeah. Any other questions? All those in favor of sending item 7 downstairs in 2 weeks, the positive recommendation signify by saying aye. I'm also an aye. Any opposed? That item passed. One opposed. That item passes. One abstention. See you in 2 weeks.
Same.
Item number 5, SUP 24-23, 5700 Mount Moriah Road. The request is for a special use permit to allow motor vehicle sales. This is District 4, Super District 8. Can I get a motion in a second?
So moved.
Moved by Warren.
Second.
Seconded by Swearinger Washington.
Spinoza.
Nope.
Oh, she said.
DPD. Floor is yours.
Mr. Chairman, can we make sure the applicant is here? We're not quite sure if they are.
Is the applicant for SUP 24-23 here? You must be present to win. Not present, we will not hear your case. Going once. Twice. All right. Make note that item number 5, SUP 24-23, will not be heard today, and it will not be heard in 2 weeks. He'll be back in committee in 2 weeks. Item 6, Z24-04, 1352 Williams Avenue. Request for a rezoning of 6.2 acres from employment to heavy industrial. This is District 6, Super District 8. Can I get a motion in a second? Moved by Swearinger Washington, seconded by Spinoza. DPD, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We did hear this case 3 weeks ago in committee, and we do have the presentation. We can go through this briefly if you'd like. Oh, we're stuck again. For some reason, we keep freezing up, and Jonathan is the only one that can get us.
Mr. Chairman, can I say something? Cindy Reeves, SR Consulting, 5909 Shelby Oaks Drive, Suite 200. This was actually heard in committee 3 weeks ago, and this is the Wesson Oil Refinery, and it's got a split zoning of light industrial, heavy industrial, and we're just trying to rezone the whole site as one.
Is that your client? Okay, well, he must have been the one before.
Are you here for the Matt Moran?
You're at,
Are you here for Matt Moran? Okay. Okay.
okay. Go ahead with item number 6.
Chloe Christian, staff planner with DPD. I'm presenting item number 6. Case number is Z2024-004. This item was presented at committee 3 weeks ago. This is a rezoning to rezone 6 acres from employment to heavy industrial at 1352 Williams. Here's a location map of the property and a zoning map. The subject property is zoned employment, and the property directly to the east is zoned, heavy industrial. It is the Richardson Oiled Seed campus, and it's currently used as parking for people going to the campus. Here are some site photos of the site. Here's the plot plan. Sure. Here's the plot plan. It is approximately 6.2 acres to be rezoned. This request was found to be consistent with the 3.0 comprehensive plan. And in conclusion, this is a request to just clean up the zoning of the Richardson Oiled Seed campus to allow for consistent zoning along the entire campus. It would provide heavy industrial zoning for the entire campus as it's currently used as a parking lot, and it has been found to be consistent with the 3.0 plan and the general character of the industrial area of that neighborhood. There's a lag.
Is that it?
There we go.
What?
Yes, and staff recommended approval for this, and the LUCD also recommended approval, and it passed 9-1. I was 0, sorry.
Hold your horses.
And that concludes my presentation.
Remind me why we brought this back.
We're not sure.
Just for fun. Wanted to hear it again.
To see me one more time.
Chair, I think this was in Councilman Ford's
Mhm.
district, and he asked for it to be held, and he's out in the hallway. So
Somebody go retrieve Councilman Ford, please.
Chairman Smiley went to go get him.
Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, you're recognized.
Is this a heavy industrial area already? Are there any houses or anything around there? Is this just heavy industrial? You're not invading, you're not messing with anybody? I just wanted to make sure, because I wasn't here the last council meeting, so. Oh, there he is. Well, you know, I'm confused with all these things.
This is the Wesson Oil Refinery that we did 3 weeks ago, and you and I talked about it the first of the year when we filed the case, and it's just now coming up.
Colleagues, all those in favor of sending item 6 downstairs in 2 weeks with a positive recommendation signify by saying aye. I'm an aye. Any opposed?
Tim, I apologize. It is actually on full council for today. It's on the agenda for today.
How about that? Y'all throwing all kind of curveballs at me today, Brett.
And my client came in town, please hear the case.
Okay, so we're going to hear this item downstairs today with a positive recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Item 5. You here for item 5? Did you hear when I called it last time? Mount Moriah? Okay, please come forward. Yeah, please come forward. Item number 5, SUP 24-23, 5700 Mount Moriah Road. Request is for a special use permit to allow motor vehicle sales, District 4, Super District 8. Can I get a motion in a second? Moved by Swearinger Washington, seconded by Spinoza. DPD, go ahead, please.
Chloe Christian with DPD presenting SUP 2024-023. The representative, Maureen Valdez, I don't believe is present, but the property owner, Mr. Ochoa, is present with us today. The location is 5700 Mount Moriah Road, and it's a SUP to allow motor vehicle sales. Here's a location map of the property. It's located on the Mount Moriah Road extension, not too far from the East End Skating Center. It is currently zoned commercial mixed use 1 and surrounded by a mix of commercial and institutional properties. Here are some site photos from Google Street View of the property. This is the preliminary site plan submitted by the applicant. It shows the existing building and some landscaping along the frontage of Mount Moriah, but not too many changes to the existing nature of the site are proposed. This request was found to be consistent with the 3.0 comprehensive plan. So in conclusion, there is already a certificate of occupancy that has been issued. It was issued for vehicle repair in error and has been corrected to allow for vehicle service, which is allowed by right in this area already. However, vehicle repair and vehicle sales, you require a special use permit approval. The submitted plan shows landscaping that staff does not find to be acceptable with the current status of the property. And so staff would condition improved landscaping and sidewalk improvements to the site if this were to be approved. And also some conditions regarding the chain link fencing, which is not allowed, as well as a sign that does not appear to be up to code. And so staff recommended approval with conditions, and the LUCB also recommended approval for this item, and the motion passed 8-0. Here are the conditions that were proposed pending approval of this item, mentioning the chain link fence not being permitted on the site, no vehicle repair permitted on the site, and the streetscape S10 plate or some equivalent provided would be required, as well as removing the sign and the existing curb gutter and sidewalk improvements along Mount Moriah Road. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you for that presentation. The rep from District 4, where you get more, you have something to say about this?
I'm fine if we can comply with the conditions.
Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, you're recognized.
Thank you. As long as Councilwoman Swearengin-Wunsch is okay, I just want to make sure that you don't have a sign up there that they can come buy a car without their driver's license. As long as that's not going on in your business. Because there's a business on 3rd Street that sells cars and clearly says, no driver's license needed. It's a big sign right there. On that says no driver's license needed. It's on 3rd Brooks Road, right there. So when I saw this, the conditions are fine, but as long as I want that to, you gotta have a driver's license. Gotta have insurance. And so I am riding around, and this is what I'm saying at these little car dealer places that you all are selling these used vehicles. Are they used vehicles that you would be selling? Let me be clear to clarify that. Yeah. And so this is what I'm seeing, and this is what's happening in Memphis. That I'm not saying that you're doing it, but this is what's popping up around our city. Am I right, Councilwoman White? Yeah, you're right. Am I right? Right? You're right. So that is scaring me. You know, once we approve and give you all the okay, and then all this other stuff start rolling out that doesn't comply with what's happening critically in our city right now. So just make sure not to put a sign up there, and do not sell a car to anyone without a driver's license. I think that's the 13th body council ask, I don't know how we're gonna straighten it out, but it's happening here in Memphis. I yield the floor.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Ford, were you in the queue?
No, but I just wanted to say that's very true. Code enforcement was supposed to be telling that man to take that doggone sign
It's
down.
still there.
So I'd be glad when people get paid. Hey,
Let's go do it.
Stop taking money from these people and leaving these signs up because, hey, they said you don't need nothing, just bring us some cash money and I don't care how old you are, whatever, you come buy pop and go out there and run over somebody. Over there at Elvis Presley and Brooks Road, you can run over me, okay? I'm serious.
He is, he's right.
But yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, so if we don't stop this, please, sir. But could that be a condition? Please put a condition in there. I need that to be, can that be a condition?
We can look at, I mean, we generally cannot restrict what the message is on signage, but we can look at, I don't know if Director Zena would like to. Yeah. But we can definitely restrict the size, location, and those type things. But we can look into see what we can condition before next council meeting. Yeah, we will certainly do that.
If I could just add one thing, Mr. Ragsdale is correct. We need to be careful about what language we restrict on signs because we don't want to run afoul with First Amendment. But we can put a condition that at this establishment, any purchaser must have a valid driver's license. Any purchaser of the vehicle must have a valid driver's license. Make that a condition. That could be much more defensible than anything related to copy on a sign. We'll make sure it's part of the package in 2 weeks.
Thank you, Councilman. Colleagues, does anybody else have anything? We're going to fix that. I'm going to recommend that we send this down with no recommendation in 2 weeks. I'm going to have a conversation with the applicant. Everybody good with that? All those in favor of sending this downstairs in 2 weeks, no recommendation, signify by saying aye. I'm also an aye. Any opposed? That item passes to be heard in 2 weeks. Anything else for P&Z? We're adjourned.
It is 3:02. I call this executive session of the Memphis City Council to order. I just wanted to do that again. It's been a while. Ms. Hyman, you know what to do.
Councilman Canale. Here. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Present. Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Present. Councilman Ford. Present. Councilwoman Green. Present. Councilwoman Logan. Present. Councilman Spinoza. Here. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Councilwoman Walker. Present. Councilman Warren. Present. Councilwoman White. Present. And Chairman Smiley.
All right, Council, we have 3 items on the agenda today. Well, no, 2 items on the agenda today. Item 1 is discussion of the fiscal consent agenda for June. No, that is wrong.
It's September 10th.
Why is so wrong?
September 10th.
It's real wrong. I like to point out when Ms. Hyman makes mistakes. She doesn't make many. The fiscal consent agenda, September 10th. Does anybody know what to discuss it?
Police.
Go ahead. Anybody? Somebody? Oh, let's pass those out. Yeah, everyone's on top of it. All right, so who's gonna present from you all? Come on up. And then a brief introduction as well.
From AC Hampton.
And Deputy Chief. I'm not sure if that's your
Yeah, you
title.
can have sit there. And AC Hampton, if you could introduce everyone, if you mind. Because he just asked me.
Present today for the Memphis Police Department is Deputy Chief Hines, he's over Uniform Patrol. Colonel Davis, the Range Station Commander. Second Lieutenant Tadario Holmes, Community Engagement. Everybody know the PO, Teresa. Yeah. And we have First Lieutenant Kimberly Collier, and she's over cops also. Teresa Carson, I forgot her last name, sorry. And I'm AC, interim AC Hampton. So I'm gonna. Okay. Because he's over Uniform Patrol, so I wanted him to come up too.
And with that, the floor is yours. And go ahead whenever you're ready.
Okay. Again, good afternoon. I'm Colonel Davis, Range Station Commander, 781 East Range Road.
Gotcha.
What I'm here to talk to you about is the leaders of tomorrow. My understanding that there wasn't a clear understanding of what the leaders of tomorrow was the last resolution, so I'm here hoping to clear up any misunderstandings about the leaders of tomorrow. Well, the Leaders of Tomorrow is a program that's designed for the children, for 8th graders to the 11th grade. And what we're trying to do is for us motivate them to have positive outputs, for us positive mindsets, for us the peer pressures, negative influences, and also just becoming trends of today. The program also encourages the spirit of growth, as well as promoting positive and healthy outcomes in life, and as well as the future. It's a 5-week class, 1 day a week. We also have a week of orientation, and then also there's 4 hours of community services that the youth also do. We also take them on field trips to the government buildings. Some of them more likely have been here as well. We take them to the museum, for the Civil Rights Museum. And what I'm also excited about was I also reached out and got a connection with Ranger Gossett. If you don't know Ranger Gossett, she's the ranger of T.O. Fuller Park. And they have a program during the summertime, whereas they will actually be going up in East Tennessee for us camping. And I'm very excited about getting that connection that we're having with them for us. They're being able for us rappelling, caving, canoeing, rafting, doing all kinds of things for us, the bonding, and also for us the connecting with that. But like I said, the only requirements are that they have satisfactory grades through school, and that at the end of the program they still have satisfactory grades. And some of the kids in the past programs that we have, they actually gone off to college, And what we've done is we've made baskets for them, all the whatnots that they need for us going into college, because that is a terrifying event for us going to college. You get excited, but yet you're afraid because you don't know what to expect. Even when I was going to college, I didn't know what to expect. So we kind of, school them for that as well. We also have a ceremony at Southwest for them as well. And then they become into the leaders of tomorrow. And some of the other things that we do, they also be a part of the Knowledge Bowl. We had that last year, actually won the Knowledge Bowl. So those are some of the things that we do with the leaders of tomorrow. We just want to mold the children, make sure, let them understand that there are other avenues to take than rather going down that bad road. We want them to be on up because they are our future, whether we like it or not. Because at some point, we're all going to be gone, and then they'll be coming up. We just want to make sure that they're going on their right path for us becoming our leaders of tomorrow.
I know this is your item you requested. No. Is this the item you requested?
No, Mr. Chair, I did not request this item update, but we did actually send. Yeah, there you go, Councilman Ford. I definitely want to speak on something, but I did not request this item. Go ahead, Councilman Ford.
So Councilman Ford, you want to speak on it? My bad, Spinoza.
I know there was some funds of $2,000. When will this be implemented, okay? Because we don't want to lose this money. That's why I put a hold on it, okay? That was the problem, because it had not been implemented. Okay, so I want to know when will it be implemented? Will it be for October? Maybe we can have a fest for this and all the rest, because that's why I pulled it. Okay, because I got aware of it and there was no program. Okay.
So let me speak on that. There always been a program. It just says, if I can make consider it, put it, it's just a passing of the torch wasn't properly done. What I'm saying is that the leadership, well, we had an officer that she had gotten promoted, and once she had gotten promoted, then we have another officer comes in, because normally we have civilians for us, our neighborhood watch, but now we're in the process of getting another civilian, so we had an officer that was doing that. And so that was a role that an officer does for us, the neighborhood part of the neighborhood watch, and for us the leaders program. And normally, as we move on, it's a passing of the torch for us of what's going on, and that information didn't get passed on. And there's a lot of things that the new person didn't know, that, and it's not saying it wasn't the end of the program, it just got lost in the shuffle. But now we're on the right path, we got it going, and we're gonna have it going. That's what happened with that.
Thank you very much. That's not true. Okay? Please, this is not true. Some of it is true, but some of it is not true, okay? I pulled it because, hey, they sent the money because it's supposed to have already happened, and it did not happen. It should have happened. And you're right, passing the torch. But passing the torch should have not had a problem with this particular program, one of the best programs ever had for Whitehaven, out in my area, okay? I'm not gonna say much, but I just don't want to lose this money, okay? Y'all may get angry with me. I really and truly don't care. Okay? But that's why I pulled it, because it was not handled correctly. It should have been, but it was not handled correctly. I have the floor. I like everybody out here. But when it comes down to help some of these youth, I got an issue if something is not being done, okay? They were kind of neglected. It should not have been nobody being neglected, and that coming from given rank. Maybe some people need to have been demoted instead of promoted. Okay? That's why I pulled it. I have a lot of concerns, and it helps people it helps people every year, and this year it did not happen.
So, Councilman Ford, could you, I'm gonna speak into the mic. I know I missed,
Actually, money
How
was
much
sent
money?
to us. It
How
was
much money?
$2,000.
Okay.
It was sent as if it had happened. I put a hold on it because I didn't want them to, hey, and my contact said, hey, we can't accept no money that we didn't do it. That's why I asked you, can we do it in October or November before the holidays where we won't be able to really kind of lose this particular money? That came from Target, okay? It should have been done during the summer, but it was not. I just don't want to lose the money.
So right now, we're in
Yeah. If you can tell me, we're going to go ahead and do it.
Sharonda Hampton, 170 North Main. So we had our finance person, Gerald Shumpert. She spoke with the Target representative, and Councilman Ford is absolutely correct. It didn't have a date on it. So we didn't know if we were going to be rushed to try to do it by December. We reached back out to Target, and they amended and said that we can do it FY25.
Okay.
So between now and
So
June
when
30th.
will we have a date certain?
So what we're doing now, my neighborhood watch coordinator, she's going through the schools now. We have like somewhat like 20 applications that we're going through. She's actually been to Jeter and Maceo Walker, as well as the other school is St. Paul. So we're getting applications now, and so we're vetting the applications and talking with the students and the teachers as well as parents, fill out those applications. So we're in the process of building it up. Sometimes
To Councilman Ford's point, whenever we have a date certain, can someone come to the council and just update us and let us know when it happens? And particularly make sure we speak to Councilman Ford since he's passionate about this particular item. Can we do that?
Well, and then not only that, I don't want you, and none of y'all to get in trouble for $2,000 little. Okay? That they say, hey, we received it. I mean, we had it, and here's the money. Okay? I don't want you all to get in trouble. That's why I want to make sure we can keep this money and still have this program. You know, because that would help everybody out at Range Station. Okay? Yeah, because we don't want to lose no money, no way, if we can help some of these young folks. We have enough issues with the young people, so if we can help one, we've done well. Okay? Okay?
All right.
Appreciate
Anything
it.
else?
Yeah, that's it.
Anything else from this body?
Yeah, I'll be real quick. Council members, and thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to just note the format in which they presented this to us. It looks eerily similar to the MLGW format. And
I feel like you're trying to take credit for
and
that.
I am appreciative. I am so appreciative of that. And actually, Ashley, I created another slide late. She'll pass it out. I just want y'all to see it, and we'll talk about this in Finance Committee next time. But I would love to see a sheet. It's happened like 5 times today where people are asking for money. It was grant money this morning, and we thought it was coming out of the budget. It'll just show annual budget amount. Is this money impacting your budget for each division? Just a quick one-pager. We don't even, similar to what MLGW does. So just wanted to make that note, and that is all. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And she's passing it out now.
Hey, Chairman.
Go ahead. On that other one, can I just say one thing? What y'all do for these youth, EH4 and mortuary, that's my business. Don't put me out the mix no more. Because I'm the one that really kind of help. Along with that, I don't want nobody putting me out the mix. You know, I'm kind of a nice person. Okay? Well, Range Station, I try to bring water, I bring juice, I make sure this happened, I make sure that happened. Don't put me out the mix anymore, and I got put out the mix along with this. Don't put me out, add me in there. Okay? I like to do a lot for my community, and hey, if I can help young folks, hey, I help all the schools. You name 3 schools, go over there and ask them if EH4 mortuary help them. I help every one of them, okay? So please, hey, very important. That's why I said, if we can help some young folk, that's what I'm all about, okay? Please, hey, we gotta help them because, hey, That make your job a little easy, because they ain't out there stealing, robbing, and killing.
Noted.
Okay.
Yeah. Deputy Chief Sam Hines, 170 North Main. Hey, Councilman Ford, we wanted to be clear that on that 2,000, I think 1,000 of this was going to go to range station, and the other 1,000 was going to go to community engagement during the same program, and that's why Lieutenant Holmes, them are here in order to speak on that if we needed to, but I just don't want it to be misleading that it's all going to range. We decided to do 1,000 to community engagement and 1,000 to range.
Thank you, Chief.
All right, thank you.
All right, any other council members here? Well, thank you all so much. Appreciate y'all. Battle, come on down. Put you in the hot seat. Uh-oh. Be sure to keep that inquisitive nature for our grants coordinator, Ms. Valda. Please sit in the hot seat for the first time.
It's not hot. You're gonna do great.
Oh, no, this heat hot. When you talk about grants, smoking hot. It's gonna be, you'll be like, it be your own people. That's what you're gonna say. All right, y'all, we're going on to the second item. The second item is the update on the Memphis City Council grant program. I know you're eager. You've been getting emailed, called, text message, approached at the grocery stores, the parks, and the churches, talking about the council grant program.
Court.
And also court. Definitely court. Our grants coordinator, Ms. Valda, the floor is yours. Name, address, for the record, and title.
Valda Ray Lewis, 125 North Main, title, Office and Grant Administrator for Memphis City Council. First of all, thank you all so much for allowing me to come before you to discuss this, because as Chairman Smiley stated, I know you've been getting hit a lot with where we are with the grant program. I know I've been receiving a lot of phone calls trying to find out what the next steps are. So what you have before you is a little timeline of how we're going to move forward with the grant program in order to get things moving swiftly and allocated to those needed organizations to help our young people out in our community. So the first thing you have before you is we're still in the process of reviewing applications and verifying IRS documents. One thing I am happy to say, I'm sorry, yes. Oh, okay. One thing I am happy to say is that amongst the applications, we've received a total of 258 applications. Out of the 258, we had approximately 173 that includes new applicants as well as those that did not apply last year. So those are the ones that we are really focusing in on in order to get ready to set things up for you to kind of see what they have before you. So the first thing is by September 13th, which is this Friday, we hope to have completed all verifications in order to start preparing that PDF document so you can see if your organization or if some of the ones that's been reaching out to you is listed. Hopefully, we are able to get the majority of them through the process. We do have some documents that are missing on some that we've reached out for. So it's just a matter of trying to finalize that. The other thing is grants accounting is also developing an updated spreadsheet of the applicants that we reached out to finalize their FY24 documents. So we still have some that have not completed that process. So we're looking to see who we need to remove off the list. So that plays a part in this verification. On September the 16th, you will receive a PDF copy of all applicants. It will be made available for your review. And then also, we will also have it put out there on the website so those different organizations can see where they are on there. You will have approximately 2 weeks to review the applications. We will have those available to you as well in its entirety, so you can kind of see what's there and what was missing or if it was a completed document. And by that time, we will be getting ready to start setting up those individuals that need to come before you in order to present. We're looking at new applicants, unless you all request someone different or an additional group. So it'll be those new applicants that will come before you on the 7th of October from 2 to 4 and the 8th of October from 11 to 1. We're anticipating each applicant to have at least 3 minutes to present, so they can tell you what all they're planning on doing for the community. Notification will be provided to each member and the staff by October the 3rd of all new applicants scheduled to present. So you will know then who it is. So if they reach out to you, you'll have that information before you. Applicants that are invited to present will be notified of their presentation a week prior to their scheduled date and time, and each applicant, as I stated, will only have 3 minutes. On October the 8th, council members and staff will receive an email reminder that all requested allocations be sent to the analysts so they can be included in the final resolution, which is for October the 15th. So by the 8th, I will need to know who it is you would like to begin your allocations with. And as you know, you have to have at least 75% of your funding allocated to the organizations on the October 15th meeting. And I also provided the breakdown so that way you'll know what that 75% is. Of that $200,000 that each member is awarded, you have approximately $150,000 that needs to be allocated by October 15th. Let's see. A PDF copy of the spreadsheet listing each member's request allocations will also be sent to the council member and staff on the 14th, so that way you'll see what that final allocation is before your council meeting on the 15th. On the 15th, that first round will be voted on, and if approved, you will receive a spreadsheet showing out. I'm sorry.
You know, I think the council, we read it. First of all, this is extremely helpful. So kudos to you and whoever they helped you with them.
Thank you.
Someone told me there's some people who helped you behind me. I don't trust them. I trust you. We appreciate it. You know, inquiring minds want to know. Inquiring minds meaning somebody on this body. Ask this question. If I decide to give all of my grant allocation to one organization, can I do it?
Can you do it?
Yes.
That's a good question.
Okay. Can we do it? Can we? The answer, I know that.
They can do anything.
It depends is the answer. All right. But I'm gonna say no, but a council person won't like that. All right, that's it. Mike, I can't hear you. I know. I just don't remember what the resolution says. So the answer is depends, but right now the answer is no.
Yes. Right.
All right, well, that's it from us. Thank you, excellent job.
Thank you.
I'm only clapping for this paper because this tells me everything I need to know. So council members, please, you did a great job.
Thank you.
But please read this. This is extremely helpful. There's a lot of questions, all the questions that I had here, and anytime someone called me and said, let me pull out my paper. Here's the answers. I know we have a couple questions, and then we're going to keep it moving because we got to be downstairs. I got to read through this. Councilman Warren.
Mine's really quick. Is it only new people who are invited to present, or if we have special people who want to present?
Yes, that's what she said. That's what she said. That's what she said. Any other questions? All right, Val, you did an amazing job. Great.
Thank you.
All right, so this brings us to our add-on items and holds. Come on, council members. So this brings on to our add-on items and holds. Item 3 will be held until October the 1st. Item 5 will be held until September the 24th. Add-on items are 37 through 39. 37, a resolution amending FY25 CIP budget by accepting additional federal grant funding from the Tennessee Department of Transportation and appropriating $1,273,967.05 to initiate the construction on the West Georgia Avenue at Riverside Drive intersection improvement project N010AA. People behind me, could you quiet down some? District 6, Super District 8, sponsored by the administration, request the same 9 minutes. Item number 38, resolution to accept an appropriated grant from the Arts Memphis in the amount of $200,000. All council sponsored by the administration is requested the same 9 minutes. Item number 39, a resolution recognizing September as Sickle Cell Awareness Month. All council sponsored by myself. I know that. The same night minutes items are 15, 16, 17, 19, 20, 21.
No,
and
18 and 31. I wrote it right.
18 and 31. What about these? I already read those. I need to read those.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah,
Yeah, saying I missed. 37 and 38. All right. Does any other member of this illustrious body have anything to say? Please say no